Chapter 6091. Shopkeeper Kong, how many of these automatic alchemy artifacts do you have? Are there any other restrictions? Jing Tianqing felt his throat was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked. Don't worry, you can have as many as you want, as long as you can sell them. As for the restrictions, you have seen it. Any practitioner who can condense the elixir fire can use it. The only difference is the amount of true qi. If you want to refine a level 5 yellow level elixir, the amount of true qi you need to maintain is definitely not something a practitioner who has not even reached the foundation building realm can handle. Kong Mingming enjoyed Jing Tianqing's respectful eyes very much. He was in a good mood and spoke more politely. Great! With this automatic alchemy artifact, the business of Tiandan Pavilion will immediately collapse by more than half. Jing Tianqing waved his fist excitedly. He was determined to deal with Lin Yi. Now with the help of this treasure, he could deal a fatal blow to Tiandan Pavilion. Although Tiandan Pavilion sold a lot of high-level elixirs, the real big fish was always the low-level elixirs. With this automatic alchemy artifact that could refine all level 5 elixirs, who would go to Tiandan Pavilion to buy elixirs below level 5? In fact, just refining a 5th-grade elixir was definitely not worthy of the title of a divine artifact. Adding the prefix of automatically refining elixirs was also not enough. However, with such a rare treasure, even if it was slightly exaggerated and crowned with the title of a divine artifact, probably no one would take it seriously. Kong Mingming laughed and was very happy with Jing Tianqing's statement. In fact, this kind of good thing could also be sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce, but the agreement between the Central and Lin Yi was still valid. Such a blatant suppression of Tiandan Pavilion was equivalent to directly tearing up the agreement. But selling it to the medicine sect was different. It could not only achieve the purpose of targeting Lin Yi, but also support and cultivate Jing Tianqing. It could be said to be a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In particular, Jing Tianqing clearly stated that he would target Tiandan Pavilion, which made Kong Mingming even more satisfied. Shopkeeper Kong, would you like me to inform my 2 grandfathers about this? If it's convenient for you, why don't you ask them to come and pay their respects? Jing Tianqing was very willing, but after all, he was not in charge of the medicine sect, so he still had to go through the necessary formalities. Kong Mingming had spent more than 2 hours demonstrating alchemy. Jing Dongxing and Jing Dongjue were probably a little anxious from waiting. If Kong Mingming had no objections, it would be better for them to meet and discuss the details. No problem. Get someone to invite them over. Kong Mingming was very satisfied with the word greet, so he waved his hand generously and decided to give them a chance to greet him. Jing Tianqing did not dare to be negligent. He quickly excused himself and hurriedly ran out to find someone to invite Jing Dongxing and the others. He also arranged for someone to prepare food and send it up. It was already late, so eating and chatting would make the atmosphere more pleasant. Jing Dongxing and Jing Dongjue were indeed a little impatient, but it was not appropriate for them to directly go to see, lest they offended the Central Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that Kong Mingming invited them, they hurried over. Just as the food began to be gradually delivered, the 4 chatted while eating, and carefully deliberated the details of this cooperation. In fact, there was nothing to discuss. The Central Chamber of Commerce was willing to provide this kind of good thing to the medicine sect for sale. Before knowing the agreement between the Central Chamber of Commerce and Lin Yi, the several people of the Jing family were all grateful, feeling that they had been hit by a pie from the sky. They did not raise many objections at all. Almost everything that Kong Mingming said, they nodded and agreed. If it were not for the intention of supporting Jing Tianqing, Kong Mingming might have squeezed the Jing family. Although he did not squeeze them, he still put most of the profits under the name of the Central Chamber of Commerce. At dawn the next day, the medicine sect, which had obtained enough automatic alchemy furnaces from the Central Chamber of Commerce, began to prepare for sales. Their approach was also very simple. They arranged more than a dozen alchemy apprentices, each with an automatic alchemy furnace and a few bodyguards. Under the banner of the medicine sect, they began to demonstrate the magic of the automatic alchemy furnace at various busy intersections in Zhongdao. Sometimes sales were so simple. No matter how you talked, it was absolutely not as effective as seeing it with your own eyes. In just one morning, the name of the automatic alchemy artifact had ignited the public opinion in Zhongdao. No matter where you were, you could hear the keywords medicine sect, automatic alchemy artifact, and so on were constantly mentioned. As for the headquarters of the medicine sect, it was crowded with people who wanted to buy the automatic alchemy furnace. Who knew how many such good things there were? If they were a step late and failed to grab it, wouldn't they suffer a big loss? Jing Dongxing and Jing Dongjue stood on the second floor of the medicine sect, watching the crowd below, and all of them were smiling. The Tiandan pavilion opposite the door was impacted by the automatic alchemy furnace. Today, it finally became deserted again. Although the street was full of people, no one went to the Tiandan pavilion to buy elixirs. Tianqing, this child, has really grown up. Our Jing family will depend on him in the future. He was able to establish a relationship with the Central Chamber of Commerce and suppress the Tiandan pavilion like this in one day. Before today, we didn't even dare to think about it. Jing Dongjue said with a laugh, and he was generous with his praise for Jing Tianqing's performance. Don't praise him too much. This kid can't stand it. He will become arrogant in the future. Moreover, the Tiandan pavilion may not always be suppressed. After all, today everyone is just looking for something new. In the future, when they need elixirs above the 5th grade, they will still go to the Tiandan pavilion to buy. Jing Dongxing seemed modest, but in fact, he was very proud. Jing Tianqing was his grandson. If he was not proud, who would be? As for the sales of elixirs above the 5th grade in the Tiandan pavilion, Jing Dongxing was not worried at all. With the huge popularity brought by the automatic alchemy furnace, people who wanted to buy elixirs above the 5th grade would first think of the medicine sect. There was no doubt about this. As long as the medicine sect could come up with elixirs of the same quality as the Tiandan pavilion, they could take away most of the customers of the Tiandan pavilion. Unfortunately, Jing Dongxing himself knew that if he wanted to compete with Lin Yi in alchemy, he basically had no chance of winning. Don't worry about the future. Being able to see them embarrassed for a day is enough for me to be happy for a long time. Jing Dongjue smiled and waved his hand, and then listened for a while. Many people below were talking about Jing Tianqing and the automatic alchemy furnace. Chapter 6092. In fact, this kind of cover-up was of no use to Lin Yi. How could Jing Tianqing make an automatic alchemy furnace? But as long as they weren't caught in the open, they weren't afraid of Lin Yi saying anything. Cousin, did you hear that? Everyone is talking about how Tianqing is the most outstanding disciple of our Jing family. He's even one of the best geniuses of Middle Island. There's almost no one in the younger generation who can compare to him. I also think he's the savior of our Jing family. In my opinion, it's too wasteful to let Tianqing stay in Middle Island. We really need to find a way to send him back to East Continent. That's where he can use his talent. No one knew what Jing Dongjue was thinking, but he suddenly mentioned East Continent. Originally, he was very reluctant to let Jing Dongxing and Jing Tianqing go back to East Continent immediately, leaving him to face Lin Yi's Tiandan pavilion alone. But now he obviously changed his mind. Oh. Dongjue, do you have any ideas? Why don't you tell me? Jing Dongxing smiled slightly. With the great situation created by the automatic alchemy furnace, he wasn't in a hurry to return to East Continent. If he could make a name for himself in Middle Island, he would be more confident when he returned to East Continent. Of course, his future development would be easier. Here's what I'm thinking. After a few days, when medicine sect situation stabilizes, we'll let Tianqing take Henerdan to East Continent with Okuda Dam's fleet. With Tianqing's intelligence and Henerdan as a stepping stone, he'll definitely get Zhuang Yifan's favor. It'll be easy for us to get a foothold. At that time, you can go back to help us, and our Jing family will be able to rise again in East Continent. Jing Dongjue whispered his plan. In fact, it was the same old plan, nothing new. But their original plan was for Jing Dongxing and Jing Tianqing to go find Zhuang Yifan together, with Jing Dongxing as the leader. Now, Jing Tianqing went alone. Maybe the effect would be better than the two of them going together. Jing Dongxing nodded slightly, seeming to be a little moved by this proposal. Seeing the prosperity of the medicine sect, he really didn't want to let go. So it was indeed a good proposal to let Jing Tianqing go to the East Continent alone, and he would stay for a while to manage the medicine sect. This matter is not urgent. Anyway, the Okuda Dam fleet still has some time to go to the Eastern Continent. The Heavenly Crystal does not need to immediately board the ship. The most important thing is to stabilize the current advantageous situation. Jing Dongxing had already agreed with Jing Dongjue's opinion, but there was no need to make a decision immediately. There was still plenty of time. At this moment, the people of the Jing clan were complacent, but in the Tiandan pavilion opposite, Lin Yi was a little surprised. His divine sense could see the disciples of the famous medicine sect who were demonstrating on the street, so he had a sufficient understanding of the automatic alchemy furnace's performance. It's actually an automatic alchemy furnace. How did the Jing family get such a thing? Moreover, it's a furnace that can refine all the elixirs below yellow level 5. It's much stronger than the ones in the secular world. It seems that the people in the center are playing tricks. Lin Yi retracted his divine sense. At a glance, he saw the shadow of the center behind the incident. He didn't care about the crowd in the medicine sect. The automatic alchemy furnace sold by the medicine sect has a great impact on our Tiandan Pavilion's business. Today, we didn't even complete one order. Tian Chan said with a smile. She wasn't complaining. Anyway, Tiandan Pavilion didn't really rely on selling elixirs to make a living. A short period of depression was not a problem. Oh. Yellow level 5 and below elixirs. It's no big deal. The group of rats in the center don't dare to deal with me openly. They can only play this kind of trick. They think that they can attack Tiandan Pavilion through the medicine sect. They really underestimate us. Don't they understand that any profound level 1 or 2 elixirs is enough for Tiandan Pavilion to eat for a year or two? Lin Yi smiled faintly. A truly high-end elixir could really sustain Tiandan Pavilion for a year or two, or even 10 or 20 years. Therefore, the automatic alchemy furnace of yellow level 5 was really not a threat. You're right. We can take the opportunity to end those low-end elixir business. In the future, we'll focus on the high-quality route. You have to work hard to refine elixirs. Don't be lazy. Tian Chan gave Lin Yi a big smile, but no matter how you looked at it, it looked like the expression of a landlady looking at a long-term worker. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shouldn't you work hard and quickly be promoted to a profound level alchemist? With you here, why should I work so hard? If you dare to be lazy, I'll kick you. Tian Chan giggled, revealing her white canine teeth. Shueli covered her mouth and snickered. She had a gentle personality and rarely interfered. Most of the time, she listened on the side. Since Lin Yi and Tian Chan didn't care much about the automatic alchemy furnace, she didn't need to worry about it. Lin Yi chatted with the two girls for a while, then turned to look at Han Jingjing. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Jingjing didn't come back. If she was here, the 5th level automatic alchemy furnace wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. She could make even more advanced ones and suppress the medicine sect in an instant. Unlike now, we can only watch helplessly. It's really because we don't know anything about the technology to make this thing. Didn't I just say that it's not a big deal? Why would Jing Jing need to do anything? You don't know how to care for Jing Jing at all. When she comes back, see if I don't complain about you. Tian Chan's expression was slightly stagnant, then she changed the topic in a joking manner. Lin Yi knew that she didn't want him to continue to be sad about Han Jingjing, so he smiled slightly and shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. Jing Jing is very gentle. It's useless even if you complain. Do you mean that I'm very fierce? Believe it or not, I'll kick you. Tian Chan snorted and finally succeeded in changing the topic. Han Jingjing, who Lin Yi and the others were talking about, was still moving in the wormhole at this time. Because she was wandering around consciously before, after turning back into a particle cluster, her speed became quite slow. However, this slow was relative to other particle clusters. In fact, this speed was already very fast in the outside world. However, the wormhole space was different from the outside world. The distance and time inside were very vague. Han Jingjing didn't know how long she had been moving, nor did she know how far she had moved. In any case, the exit that she had been looking forward to did not appear soon. Until today, dozens of white light spots of various sizes finally appeared in front of the wormhole space. To be exact, there was a relatively large light spot and dozens of small light spots. Chapter 6093. If there was no accident, these white light spots should be the exit of the wormhole, but Han Jingjing did not expect there to be so many wormhole exits. The largest light spot was undoubtedly the wormhole position controlled by the center. As for the small ones, Han Jingjing guessed that they were small cracks scattered in the secular world. Usually, they would not have any impact on the outside world. They would only play a role under certain circumstances. For example, when Han Jingjing returned to the Heaven Stage Island from the villa, because she thought of the wormhole, she directly entered the wormhole space. This was undoubtedly her own will that played a major role, but it was undeniable that these small cracks scattered in various places in the secular world were also very important. Otherwise, no matter how much Han Jingjing thought of the wormhole, it would be impossible to enter it. After all, returning to the Heaven Stage Island was because of the connection between the spirit and the body, but Han Jingjing had no connection with the wormhole. It could only be said that there was such a small crack near the villa. I don't know if this is the secular world or the heavenly island. If it's the secular world, I can look for the gap near the villa. Han Jingjing was still in the form of a ball of particles, but it didn't stop her from thinking. After a while, Han Jingjing's particle cluster had already arrived in front of the light spots in the void. The largest one was now a stable circle with a diameter of about 2 meters. There were groups of particles constantly entering and exiting, proving that her previous guess was not wrong. This was the central control place. Other light spots, the big ones were like watermelons, and the small ones were slightly bigger than goose eggs. From the shape, none of them were regular, and they could not be compared with the largest exit at all. What's more, it was simply a crooked thin line that was between closing and opening at any time. The risk of entering and exiting from this crack was quite high. Han Jingjing's particle cluster stopped not far from this light spot. She did not rush to leave, but continued to observe the space behind the light spot. She originally thought that this should be the end, but now she found that it was not the case. After the light spot, there was still a boundless space extending out. It seemed that this wormhole could lead to other places. Through these white light spots, Han Jingjing's divine awareness had been able to determine that it was not the Heaven Stage Island outside, but the secular world. Then the question was, where did the wormhole lead to after crossing the secular world? Could it be the primordial underworld that Big Brother Lin Yi mentioned? Han Jingjing was a little hesitant. She did not know if she should continue exploring. Perhaps she could find the location of the wormhole that even the center could not grasp. However, she did not know how long she had been delayed here. Big Brother Lin Yi must be very worried about her, right? After thinking about it again and again, Han Jingjing decided to go over and take a look at the situation before returning to the secular world. If it was only for a while, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? With that in mind, the particle cluster began to circle around this white spot of light and floated to the other side of the space. However, after moving forward for a short distance, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly appeared. Han Jingjing did not hesitate at all and immediately controlled the particle cluster to retreat. Countless invisible spatial blades suddenly appeared in front of Han Jingjing. These spatial blades could annihilate all matter, including all the particles in the wormhole. If Han Jingjing had not seen the opportunity early and retreated in time, she was likely to have completely fallen under the attack of these spatial blades. Even so, there was still a small part of the particle cluster that could not escape and was twisted into nothingness by the spatial blades. Han Jingjing immediately felt a terrible pain that penetrated deep into her soul. Her consciousness almost collapsed. One had to know that these balls of particles were formed from her primordial spirit. Losing a small part of her primordial spirit was as painful as being attacked by Lin Yi's primordial spirit. Fortunately, she did not enter too far and immediately returned to the light spot area. Here, the feeling of danger completely disappeared. It seemed that the wormhole on the other side was not suitable for teleportation. No wonder there was no information left in the center's research data. However, it was impossible for the center's researchers to directly wander in the wormhole space like Han Jingjing, so they might not know about the dangerous wormhole here. There is no other way. I can only leave first and come back to study that unstable and dangerous wormhole later. I hope it will be valuable in the end. Han Jingjing sighed softly in her consciousness. Although the loss of the spirit was painful, she was still in the form of a particle cluster. The connection was far less close than when she was in the spirit form. So, after a while, she recovered. As for how serious the damage this time was, she could only wait until she returned to the spirit form to know. Hopefully, it would not affect her return to Heaven Stage Island. After carefully exploring those exits, the Han Jingjing controlled by the center would definitely not use them. Regardless of whether there was an existence that could threaten her outside, just the information that her spirit could appear in the wormhole was something that she absolutely could not let the people in the center know. So, after comparing, Han Jingjing chose a seemingly more stable exit. Although it was not the largest of the remaining exits, it was almost the size of a grapefruit. Under the observation of her divine sense, there should be no one outside and it would not cause chaos. The most important thing was that a stable exit had a higher safety factor. After experiencing the danger just now, Han Jingjing had become much more cautious. As for the cracks near the villa, Han Jingjing did not discover them. Perhaps she just happened to encounter an unstable crack at that time. This kind of thing was not impossible. She did not know whether she was lucky or unlucky. The particle cluster smoothly passed through the exit and reformed Han Jingjing's spirit. Only now did she realize how serious the consequences of that dangerous attempt were. The pain at the soul level still existed. Not to mention that, Han Jingjing found that the connection between her and her main body on Heaven Stage Island had become extremely weak, even somewhat faintly discernible. If the trace of connection between her and her main body was broken, she could only teleport through the wormhole if she wanted to return to Heaven Stage Island. Moreover, it could not be delayed for too long. Otherwise, her spirit and her main body would suffer irreversible damage. That was close. I thought it was just a small injury. I didn't expect it to be so serious. However, with such a weak connection now, it seems very difficult to directly return to Heaven Stage Island. Han Jingjing was secretly afraid. While strengthening the connection with her main body, she observed the surrounding environment. Chapter 6094. But now, Han Jingjing felt that the indistinct connection had completely bypassed her armor. It was similar to a normal projection of her primordial spirit. Although she did not know what was going on, the weak fetters that tugged at her primordial spirit made her feel at ease. At this time, Han Jingjing naturally did not know that this weak connection was the effect of the spirit gathering branch that Lin Yi had painstakingly obtained. When her spirit was in the wormhole space, the spirit gathering branch was indeed useless. After coming out, it immediately preserved the connection between Han Jingjing's main body and spirit, so that she had enough time to find a way to return to Heaven Island. Hey, the crack exit just now has disappeared. Han Jingjing could no longer see the slightest trace of the wormhole exit in her divine sense. She immediately turned around and muttered to herself in surprise. This kind of small exit was indeed not stable enough. Perhaps the location it appeared in every time was not fixed. Han Jingjing originally wanted to re-enter the wormhole from this exit to return to Heaven Island, but now it seemed that there was no hope. I understand, in the wormhole exit, the only stable one should be the one controlled by the center. The rest of the cracks all appear randomly in various places in the secular world, and the time and location will all change. It seems that it will be a little difficult to control the use of the wormhole through these cracks. Han Jingjing floated in the air with a look of realization. She did not care about the disappearance of the exit at all. Although her spirit was a little seriously injured and the weak connection between her and her main body was not enough for her to return to Heaven Island, Han Jingjing still devoted herself to the study of the wormhole. After a short while, Han Jingjing woke up from her analysis mode. She looked around in a daze and said, "What is this place? How do I go back?" When in the wormhole, Han Jingjing thought that she could directly return to Heaven Island as soon as she came out, so there was no need to observe the surrounding environment. It did not matter where she appeared anyway. Who would have thought that the accident just now would cause a problem in her connection with her main body? Now that the wormhole crack had disappeared, if she wanted to return to Heaven Island, she had to find a new wormhole crack, so where she was became important. In addition to entering the wormhole and leaving from the other end, there was another way, which was to find a way to repair her spirit and see if she could re-establish the connection between her and her main body. To do this, Han Jingjing felt that it would be easier to find a wormhole. This is a forest. As for the direction, that's not important. Let's first figure out what kind of forest this is. Han Jingjing muttered to herself. Her primordial spirit slowly flew up into the sky. Observing from above the forest would give her a clearer view. Unfortunately, although they could see it clearly, their location was still unclear. It would be great if they could bring along some positioning or communication devices. Han Jingjing had no choice but to pick a random direction and fly slowly. At the same time, she tried to enter the wormhole again using the method she used before. As it turned out, no matter how she thought about it, there was no way to enter the wormhole again. The last time was indeed a coincidence. A moving wormhole crack had appeared near the villa, but this time, she was out of luck. Hey, wait a minute. Is this my divine sense imprint? Han Jingjing suddenly stopped and turned to look in another direction. She felt a weak connection with her primordial spirit there. When she came to the secular world, Han Jingjing did use the method of divine sense imprint. However, with the strength of her divine sense, the distance she could sense was not too far. For example, after she met up with Lin Yi, she did not sense the two divine sense imprints again. Now that there was a sudden fluctuation, it meant that the two spirit hunters had entered Han Jingjing's sensing range. Did this mean that when she left the wormhole, she came to Europe again? Now that she had finally found a clue, Han Jingjing did not delay and immediately flew toward the location of the divine sense imprint. As long as she could find the two spirit hunters, she could at least determine their current location. Then, she could contact Kong Xiaobo and the rest and inform Heaven Island that she was safe. As she got closer, Han Jingjing's primordial spirit could sense the divine sense imprint more clearly. Moreover, the forest began to become sparser, and she was almost at the edge. Soon, Han Jingjing found the two spirit hunters, Black Robe and Hunting Bow. They were fighting with two evil spirits at the moment, and from the looks of it, they were at a complete disadvantage. Hunting Bow's arrows were quite threatening, but the evil spirits were extremely fast and could easily dodge most of the arrows. Black Robe's leg injury seemed to have not healed yet, and his advance and retreat were somewhat affected, which was why he was suppressed by the evil spirits. The spirit hunter's recovery ability is really bad. Since they are so weak, why didn't they heal before coming out? Han Jingjing shook her head and instantly rushed over. In any case, they were acquaintances, and Han Jingjing was still hoping to get some information from them. Of course, she could not just watch the two of them get injured, so she acted very quickly. Although Han Jingjing's primordial spirit had suffered a certain amount of damage, dealing with two European evil spirits was really not a big deal. Before Black Robe and Hunting Bao could react, Han Jingjing had already defeated the two evil spirits in one fell swoop. The elixir fire of consciousness was used to deal with these things, and it was not inferior to lightning. Although Han Jingjing had only mastered a little bit of the elixir fire of consciousness, the two evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance. After two shrieks, they were burned into nothingness. Don't waste your soul power, the soul power of these two evil spirits is very precious. Black Robe shouted. He did not have the time to thank Han Jingjing, and quickly took out a soul-gathering bottle and began to collect the soul power of the evil spirits that were scattered in the air. Han Jingjing's eyes lit up. She did not expect this fellow to have a soul-gathering bottle. She thought that after snatching their bottles previously, they would not have anything to eat, but it seemed like she had worried too much. The pure soul power in the soul-gathering bottle might be of some help to repair her primordial spirit. If she could collect enough soul power, she might be able to reconstruct the connection between her and her body. Hunting Bao greets my lord, thank you for your help. Hunting Bao had already recognized Han Jingjing. After putting away his bow and arrows, he quickly ran over and bowed respectfully to her. Only then did Black Robe remember that in front of him was an existence that he could not afford to offend, and quickly thanked her, but the soul-gathering bottle did not stop working. This is my spare soul-gathering bottle, you won't take it away again, right? Black Robe suddenly regretted taking out the soul-gathering bottle. The soul power of the evil spirits was precious, but if Han Jingjing took the soul-gathering bottle, he would probably vomit blood. Chapter 6095. Han Jingjing waved her hand and said, the soul-collecting bottle is fine, but I need soul power. Do you have any channels to buy soul power? The money in the secular world was meaningless to Han Jingjing. Whether it was the Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group or the Liu family, they could provide a large sum of money. It would be best if she could buy soul power to restore her spirit. Black Shirt and Hunting Bao looked at each other. They didn't expect Han Jingjing to ask such a question. But it wasn't strange. After all, Han Jingjing was just a spirit body in their eyes. It was just that she was very powerful. It was normal for her to need soul power. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to buy soul power. My lady, we spirit hunters are mainly responsible for collecting soul power in exchange for rewards. However, if we want to purchase it, it's not that easy. Although we can contact others in the same line of work, we don't have many people in this line of work. Hunting Bao carefully explained. She didn't want Han Jingjing to have any misunderstandings. From the previous situation, she could tell that this powerful soul was relatively kind-hearted. If they could maintain a good relationship, it would be beneficial for them. Black Shirt kept the soul-collecting bottle. He had collected the soul power of the two evil spirits. The soul-collecting bottle was about half full. It was a good harvest. If you need soul power, you can take these as a thank you gift for saving us. A noble spirit hunter will not be ungrateful. Hei Yi handed the soul collection bottle to Han Jingjing. Although it was a little painful, as he said, he was still very willing to repay Han Jingjing's kindness. Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony. Han Jingjing accepted the soul-gathering bottle and opened it. She raised her head and drank all the soul power inside. A warm feeling instantly flowed through her primordial spirit. The pain that had yet to dissipate was immediately reduced by half. Her injuries also began to improve. Although he still couldn't re-establish contact with his main body, the indistinct feeling became slightly clearer. It seemed that this soul power was indeed effective. As long as he collected more, he might be able to recover his primordial spirit and return to Heavenstep Island in no time. Since you don't have a channel to buy soul power, do you know where I can quickly collect soul power? Han Jingjing returned the soul collecting bottle to Black Shirt and asked longingly. It was a pity that Lin Yi had kept the soul power gathering device that he had made in the villa. Otherwise, it would have been easier for him to gather soul power. Hunting Bao's beautiful eyes lit up and a sweet smile appeared on her face. If Han Jingjing was not a girl, she might have been attracted to her. If you want to quickly gather soul power, there is a place nearby called Evil Spirit Town. There are at least dozens of evil spirits gathered there. If you kill all of them, you can fill 10 soul-gathering bottles. I just don't know how strong you are. Can you deal with so many evil spirits? Hunting Bao's plan was to let Han Jingjing deal with the evil spirits. It had to be known that she and Black Shirt did not dare to go near Evil Spirit Town because there were too many of them and they could not deal with them. However, Han Jingjing was different. She was a powerful soul body, and she had a magical flame that specialized in restraining evil spirits. She might even be able to flatten Evil Spirit Town. It was a pity that Hunting Bao and Black Shirt only had 2 soul-gathering bottles. Even if they killed all the evil spirits in Evil Spirit Town, they would not be able to take away too much soul power. It was just right for Han Jingjing to absorb. Other than the soul power, Evil Spirit Town had been occupied by evil spirits for a long time. Therefore, there was a high chance that there would be some equipment that could be used by spirit hunters. Hunting Bao thought that it would not matter even if he gave all the soul power to Han Jingjing. Evil Spirit Town. That sounds scary. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Han Jingjing smiled faintly. In order to return to Big Brother Lin Yi's side as soon as possible, a few evil spirits were nothing. We're going to Evil Spirit Town. Haha. I've been wanting to go there for a long time. Black Shirt looked excited. Do you have a phone? Let me use it. Han Jingjing did not forget to contact Kong Xiaobo and the rest. Although she did not know how long she had been in the wormhole, Big Brother Lin Yi must be very worried. It was more important to let him know that she was safe. Hunting Bao took out a satellite phone and passed it to Han Jingjing. As an excellent spirit hunter, he would always prepare this kind of equipment. Han Jingjing dialed the villa's number, and it was picked up after 2 rings. It should be Wu Qintian. Sis-in-law Jingjing. Where have you been? Boss is worried sick on Sky Class Island. We've been looking for you everywhere, but we can't find you. Tell me where you are, I'll come get you right away. Qintian was excited when he heard Han Jingjing's voice. He finally found her. Wu Qintian. Don't look for me, I have some things to do. I'll go straight to Sky Class Island after I'm done. Send a letter to Lin Yi bro, tell him I'm fine, that I'll be back in a couple of days. Don't worry about me. Han Jingjing didn't say much else, leaving only a few simple instructions before hanging up. Knowing that Han Jingjing was fine, Qintian breathed a sigh of relief. He did not pursue the matter and instead went to notify the others, writing a letter to Lin Yi. After the center signed the agreement, the wormhole was open to Lin Yi's people. Although the letters weren't as effective as before, it was much better than not being able to contact each other. After Han Jingjing hung up, she followed Black Clothes and Hunting Bao to Evil Spirit Town. Based on her estimation, she would be able to recover from her injuries with another 3 to 4 bottles of soul power. As for whether she could re-establish her connection with her main body, she could not be sure yet. She could only say that there was a high chance of that happening. It was a pity that Han Jingjing realized that soul power could be used to heal the soul, but using it to strengthen the soul would cause problems. It was like the side effect of Lin Yi's soul devouring. Getting stronger would cause the soul to become chaotic, and it was a waste of time. If not for the Soul Collection bottle's ability to filter and purify soul power, Han Jingjing would not even have the thought of using soul power to heal herself. The soul power that dissipated in the air was no different from poison to an ordinary primordial spirit. Only those evil cultivators would directly consume this kind of soul power. From this aspect, the soul-gathering bottle was a magical item. At least, Han Jingjing had never heard of it before. Although the soul-gathering bottle was a good item, Han Jingjing did not want to take it again because she had taken Hei Yi and Hunting Bao's bottles before. On Sky Class Island, Lin Yi had not received a message from Chen Tian about Han Jingjing, so he was still worried. Chapter 6096. However, the Central Chamber of Commerce was not smooth sailing. After Wei Jiating was thrown out of the Central Chamber of Commerce by Kong Mingming, he successfully provoked the relationship between the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and the Central Chamber of Commerce, and the two directly entered into a full-scale business war. Under such circumstances, no one cared about Hong Zhong's matter at all, and finally, it was left unsettled. Brother Lin, today I'm here to say goodbye to you. I can't intervene in the affairs of Zhongdao, so I'd better go back to the North Island to stabilize the situation as soon as possible, lest the Central Chamber of Commerce of North Island shake my foundation. Hong Zhong had to go back to the North Island immediately, so he specially came to Tiandan Pavilion to see Lin Yi. Brother Hong, it's better for you to go back to the North Island first. You don't have to worry about the clowns in Zhongdao, and the things here really have little to do with you. Try not to get involved if you can. After a while, I'll go back to the North Island, and then we'll have a good talk. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He had expected that Wei Jiating couldn't shake Hong Zhong's position, and now it was true. He just didn't expect that the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and the Central Chamber of Commerce would have such a big fight. With one more enemy in the Central Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi had one more ally, not to mention that the Hong's Chamber of Commerce had a close relationship with him. But this time, the conflict between the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and the Central Chamber of Commerce was provoked by Wei Jiating, and no one from the Hong's Chamber of Commerce came to inform Lin Yi, the honorary vice president. So for the time being, he was not interested in intervening in it. He would let them fight each other for a while. Hong Zhong was different. As a member of the Hong family, whether he could intervene in the affairs of Zhongdao or not, he would worry about the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. But now, the only thing he could do was to stabilize the situation of the Hong's branch and the Central Chamber of Commerce after returning to the North Island. Lin Yi couldn't go back with Hong Zhong for the time being, but the Hong's Chamber of Commerce in the North Island was different from that in Zhongdao. He wouldn't watch Hong Zhong get into trouble. Brother Hong, after you go back to the North Island, if you need help, you can ask my friends for help. Maybe they can't help you, but they can help you with some small things. Lin Yi's connections in the North Island were much deeper than those in Zhongdao, and his reputation was also useful. If Hong Zhong was in trouble, he could really borrow a lot of help. Well, if I need it, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Your name is much more useful than the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong laughed heartily, and his worries dissipated a lot. In the North Island, it was not easy for the Central Chamber of Commerce to suppress the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. With Lin Yi's face, Hong Zhong had long been in an invincible position. In fact, if Lin Yi was willing to intervene in the affairs of Middle Island, the Hong's Chamber of Commerce would also have an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, Wei Jiating and his men would never come to Lin Yi, and Hong Zhong could not ask Lin Yi for help himself. After chatting for a while, they agreed to meet again in the North Island, and then Hong Zhong left. This time, he didn't take the ancient battleship of Okuda Dam. Instead, he directly rode the flying spirit beast back to the North Island. After sending Hong Zhong away, Lin Yi accidentally scanned around with his divine senses. It was just an unintentional action, but he accidentally found that Wei Xinjin and Shang Yuhua were surrounded by a group of people on the beach. There were 8 people in the group, most of whom were cultivators of the nascent soul stage, 2 of whom were masters of the mysterious ascension stage, and 1 of whom was at the early stage of the mountain opening stage. This kind of strength was absolutely powerful in Zhongdao, but Lin Yi didn't know any of them. How dare they surround people of the Universal Chamber of Commerce and the Snow Sword School in Zhongdao? Are these guys from the ancient families? Lin Yi's face turned cold. Wei Xinjin was his younger brother. Even if they were from the ancient families, they couldn't easily touch his people. Tian Chan, Sydney, I'm going out for a while. Lin Yi turned his head and said casually to the 2 women in the door. His figure flashed, and he had already left the Tiandan pavilion. Wei Xinjin and Shang Yuhua were not in any life-threatening danger. Although the group of people surrounded them, Shang Yuhua was unharmed, and Wei Xinjin was only slightly injured. Lin Yi didn't know whether they didn't mean to kill Wei Xinjin, or whether they were playing tricks on him. Anyway, he directly used the Thunder Escape skill. In the flash of lightning, he appeared on the beach in just a breath. Boss! When Wei Xinjin saw the lightning, he knew that it was Lin Yi, but his face showed a look of shame or anger. What's going on? Lin Yi appeared beside Wei Xinjin, glanced at the 8 people coldly, and asked faintly. Boss Lin Yi. Shang Yuhua was obviously relieved, and quickly came up to greet him, and at the same time, explained, I'm sorry, this is all because of me. These people are from the East Continent's Yellow Sea region, Hongwu Academy. That is their leader, the son of the deputy principal of Hongwu Academy, Zhu Dadi. Lin Yi looked at the direction where Shang Yuhua pointed. The guy called Zhu Dadi was quite good-looking, dressed in brocade clothes, and looked very imposing. At this moment, he was looking at them with a face full of arrogance. The only old man in the early stage of mountain opening was standing beside this kid, staring at Lin Yi with a dignified expression. Among these people, the only one who could see how scary Lin Yi was probably the old man in the early stage of mountain opening. The rest of the people, including the 2 mysterious ascending stage cultivators, had their backs to the direction where Lin Yi came from, so they didn't notice how he appeared at all. Boss, that guy called Zhu Dadi wanted to force the Universal Chamber of Commerce to marry Yuhua to him, because Yuhua didn't agree, so she directly followed us here. Wei Xinjin was ashamed because he felt that he couldn't protect his beloved, but after Lin Yi appeared, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. Any man with courage wouldn't tolerate someone trying to snatch his woman. Even if he knew that he couldn't win, he would never retreat. Because of this, Wei Xinjin didn't ask for help from Lin Yi immediately. He had to step forward bravely. Lin Yi took out a recover pill and gave it to Wei Xinjin. Although his injury wasn't serious, it wouldn't be wrong to treat it. Wei Xinjin didn't refuse, and took the pill and swallowed it. Hongwu College. I've never heard of it. Why do all kinds of trash dare to come to the Central Island to show off? Do you really think that you're better than others just because you're from the East Continent? Lin Yi turned to look at Zhu Dadi and sneered indifferently. Zhu Dadi didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded calmly, Country bumpkin, it's normal that you don't know the colleges in the East Continent. Did you hear that trash call you boss? Listen to this young master's advice. You country bumpkins have no qualifications to fight with this young master for a woman. Take advantage of this young master's good mood and get lost. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to return alive. Chapter 6097. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm kind enough to give you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. You guys, go and teach this kid a lesson. Zhu Dadi waved his hand and signaled the 2 profound ascending stage cultivators to lead the rest of the nascent soul stage cultivators. In Zhu Dadi's view, such a lineup was very important to Lin Yi, but he didn't notice that the old man beside him had a slight change in expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. Oh, so many people, do you want to scare me to death? Lin Yi had a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. He tapped his feet and used the butterfly's subtle steps. To deal with these small people, he didn't need to use any offensive martial arts at all. Simple straight punches, hooks, and so on, combined with the butterfly's subtle steps, were enough to suppress the 6 people. In just a breath's time, the 6 cultivators, including the 2 profound ascending stage cultivators, were all knocked to the ground without exception. Fortunately, Wei Shenjin didn't suffer any serious injuries. Otherwise, these 6 guys wouldn't just be knocked unconscious on the ground. If Lin Yi really wanted to kill them, he would definitely not be lenient. Zhu Dadi was suddenly stunned. It was just a blink of an eye. How did these 6 masters all fall to the ground? What about ganging up on the country bumpkins? The old man beside him instantly moved in front of him. After blocking Lin Yi, he solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Little friend, there is some misunderstanding in this matter, please stop fighting." Lin Yi clapped his hands. He didn't want to continue fighting, but since the old man was quite sensible, he might as well listen to what he had to say first. After all, the ins and outs of this matter were not completely clear. It was necessary to stand up for Wei Shenjin, but it would be better if he could also be reasonable. "Say what you want to say, my time is limited." Lin Yi calmly looked at the old man. As for Zhu Dadi, he didn't need to pay attention to him for the time being. Actually, this time we are here on behalf of Hongwu University to establish a cooperation agreement with the Universal Chamber of Commerce of Middle Island. Young Master Zhu really fell in love with Miss Shang at first sight, so he casually mentioned it. I didn't expect that the people of Universal Chamber of Commerce would immediately propose a marriage between Miss Shang and our young master. They were the ones who suggested it first, and we just agreed to it. The early mountain opening stage elder first removed himself from this matter. The strength that Lin Yi had shown had already made him deeply afraid. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Moreover, Lin Yi was Lin Yi the local dragon. Lin Yi to say, to Lin Yi. Nonsense. It was obviously you who colluded with the president first to force my father to agree to the marriage. I have already clearly told you that I already have a fiancé, and I will definitely not marry Hongwu University. Shang Yuhua immediately stood up and retorted loudly. When Wei Shenjin heard the words, fiancé, he was so excited that his face turned red. He didn't realize that this wasn't a happy occasion. After Shang Yuhua finished speaking, she felt a little shy. She and Wei Shenjin hadn't known each other for a long time, and she had never mentioned the words fiancé or fiancé before. It really took a lot of courage for her to say it so recklessly today. At this moment, Wei Shenjin wasn't stupid. He immediately stood up and held Shang Yuhua's hand. He seized the opportunity and said, "This is Wei Shenjin's fiancée. If you want to use force to threaten her, even if I die, you can forget about succeeding." Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt that the two of them wanted to act out a melodramatic love drama. Not only were their words mushy, but the way they were looking at each other with deep affection was also enough to give people goosebumps. "I already understand this matter. You want to forcefully marry someone else's fiancé by relying on the fact that you are from some *T college in the East Continent. Do you really think that Middle Island is a place where you can do whatever you want?" Lin Yi took over the conversation to prevent Wei Shenjin and Shang Yuhua from saying mushy words of love. In any case, he had to get rid of these people first. The elder in the early stage of the mountain opening stage couldn't see through Lin Yi's strength, so he spoke very politely. However, after Zhu Dadi got over the shock, he regained his initial arrogance because he had an expert in the early stage of the mountain opening stage by his side. "Middle Island isn't a place where we can do whatever we want. Do you think you can do whatever you want? I don't know who you are, but this marriage is one of the foundations of the cooperation between the Hong Martial Arts College and the Universal Chamber of Commerce. The Universal Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to agree to our conditions, so I am this woman's legal fiancé. Control your little brother, or else I will let him know the consequences of offending the East Continent's Hong Martial Arts College. Zhu Dadi sneered. Although his words were still tough, he didn't have the calmness from before. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these two guys. It seemed that if he wanted to completely solve this matter, he had to make a trip to the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was thinking about going to the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi's divine sense discovered that Shang Wani and 3 people were flying towards him. Looking at their clothes, they should also be the higher-ups of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps they received the news that Zhu Dadi had besieged Wei Xinjin and Shang Yuhua, so they hurried over to mediate. This saved Lin Yi from making another trip to the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Actually, what Lin Yi didn't understand was what was wrong with the higher-ups of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. They actually chose to offend him, a mystic level 2 alchemist, and then befriended the son of the vice dean of the East Continent's Yellow Steppe Sea region. With Lin Yi's identity, even if he went to the East Continent's Mystic Steppe Sea region, he would still be the target of all parties. What was a mere Yellow Steppe Academy's vice dean's son? Zhu Dadi saw that Lin Yi didn't speak, and thought that his aura had suppressed Lin Yi. He was secretly pleased, and his mouth was even more unforgiving. Useless nonsense. Shut up. Don't you know that you're very annoying? Lin Yi frowned slightly, and scolded him without any trace of politeness. He didn't want to talk to this kid because he found it troublesome, but this kid was getting worked up, buzzing like a fly. Even Lin Yi found it unbearable. Zhu Dadi was slightly stunned. Although Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, the sudden shout really made this kid a little flustered. Fortunately, the people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce were already flying towards them. There was no need for divine sense, just the naked eye could see them clearly. It's my father, the executive vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Ping Jinshan, and 2 elders. Shang Yuhua's eyesight was very good, and she had already whispered to Lin Yi the identity of the people who came. Let's wait for them to come over first. Lin Yi nodded slightly, and expressed his gratitude to Shang Yuhua. Chapter 6098. In a moment, Shang Wani and the 3 senior executives of the Universal Chamber of Commerce landed in front of everyone. Seeing Lin Yi, Shang Wani was relieved. He cupped his hands with a big smile and said, "It's great that Master Lin is here. I'm really sorry to bother you to come here to deal with my daughter's trivial matters." Not to mention that Lin Yi had saved his life, Shang Wani had to be extremely respectful to Lin Yi because of what Lin Yi had done on the far north island. They were already familiar with each other when they were on the ancient battleship. However, Lin Yi's status had risen so fast that Shang Wani had to be more careful when talking to him. In fact, after returning to the Middle Island, Shang Wani hadn't had time to report what had happened on the far north island before he encountered Yuhua's forced marriage. Therefore, the Universal Chamber of Commerce didn't notice the change of Lin Yi's identity at all. Because of this, they didn't care even though they knew that Wei Xinjin was Lin Yi's follower. Lin Yi smiled at Shang Wani and cupped his hands to greet him. As for the other 3 senior executives of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, they didn't care about them at all. They all surrounded Zhu Dadi and asked about his well-being. Master Lin, Yuhua's marriage is between the Universal Chamber of Commerce and the Hongwu College. It has nothing to do with the Tiandan Pavilion, so please don't intervene. Ping Jinshan turned his head and cupped his hands to Lin Yi casually. Although he didn't know what had happened to Lin Yi on the far north island, Lin Yi's status was not low even in the middle island. Therefore, he spoke politely. Vice President Ping, Yuhua is my daughter. What does her marriage have to do with the Chamber of Commerce? If I don't agree to this, no one can control Yuhua's life. Shang Wani was infuriated. He could not help but refute Ping Jinshan loudly. After returning to Middle Island, he felt extremely aggrieved. Seeing that Lin Yi was here, Shang Wani felt relieved. He knew that his daughter wouldn't be forced to marry in the eastern continent. Ping Jinshan sneered and said, "Vice President Shang, watch your words. As the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, shouldn't you put the interests of the Chamber of Commerce first? What's more, young Master Zhu has a dignified appearance and outstanding talent. Don't tell me it's a disgrace for you to be paired with your lass. That's the famous Hongwu Academy in the Dongzhou continent. If Yuhua marries there, her future achievements will be much higher than if she stays in Zhongdao. Why can't you understand this?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. He waved his hand to stop Shang Wani and his daughter from arguing. He looked at Ping Jinshan and said with slight mockery, "Vice President Ping, right? Since you said it so well, why don't you marry your daughter to this young Master Zhu? If you don't have a daughter, a niece or niece will do. If not, your elder sister will do. I believe young Master Zhu won't mind." Zhu Dadi's face turned pale. He had never been humiliated like this before. If it wasn't for the mountain opening initial stage old man stopping him, he might have taken action against Lin Yi. Ping Jinshan's eyes turned cold. He was the executive vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. In terms of status, he was above the deputy island master like the will of heaven. He was only slightly inferior to Okuda Prefecture. How could a mere pavilion master of Tiandan Pavilion be so arrogant in front of him? It was a pity that he didn't have the chance to listen to Shang Wani's report on the extreme North Island. Otherwise, he would know that his position as the executive vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce was really worthless in front of Lin Yi. "Vice President Shang, I don't want outsiders to interfere with the internal affairs of our Chamber of Commerce. I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree to the marriage with Hongwu Academy? This will be one of the Chamber of Commerce's judgments on whether you are qualified to be the vice president." Ping Jinshan was unhappy with Lin Yi, but he didn't choose to confront him head-on. Instead, he avoided the important point and dwelled on the trivial point, directly threatening Shang Wani. As the executive vice president, it wasn't a problem for him to bully an ordinary vice president. As long as Shang Wani wasn't stupid, he should know how to choose. Shang Wani was so angry that he laughed. He tore off his Universal Chamber of Commerce robe and threw it on the ground. He pointed at Ping Jinshan and scolded, "Ping Jinshan. Do you really think that you're something? Are you blind? Do you think I'll sell my own daughter for such a bullsh*t position as a vice president? Let me tell you, I don't care about this bullsh*t vice president position at all. Master Lin is right. If you want to sell, you can sell your family members. Don't King think about my daughter." Not only was Ping Jinshan dumbfounded by this scolding, but the other two Universal Chamber of Commerce elders were also stunned. All along, Shang Wani had been a very smooth and qualified businessman. They didn't expect his sudden outburst to be quite frightening. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that a vice president could quit just like that. This was also a big shock to the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Even if Ping Jinshan could suppress it, he definitely wouldn't be able to eliminate the negative impact. Well said. What is a mere Universal Chamber of Commerce? With Brother Shang's talent, you will be a talent that everyone will fight for wherever you go. It just so happens that I'm preparing to establish a Chamber of Commerce. If Brother Shang is willing to condescend, please help me and carry this burden." Lin Yi smiled slightly and began to poach people in front of Ping Jinshan. He did have the idea of establishing a Chamber of Commerce, mainly because of the automatic alchemy furnace of the medicine sect. However, he hadn't considered the specific matters yet. It just so happened that Shang Wani was preparing to leave the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi immediately linked the two together and felt that this was really a good thing. In fact, from Wei Xinjin's perspective, as the boss, Lin Yi should be considered as Shang Wani's junior. However, Shang Wani probably didn't dare to let him be a junior, so calling him Brother Shang was already very polite. Shang Wani was slightly stunned. He didn't know if Lin Yi just wanted to help him on a whim, or if he really wanted to establish a chamber of commerce. In any case, this was a very good opportunity. With Lin Yi, a Mystic Stage second-level alchemist, plus the fact that Nakajima's manager had a good relationship with Tiandan Pavilion, if he really wanted to establish a chamber of commerce, his business would definitely surpass the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Shang Wani made a prompt decision and immediately nodded. Master Lin is willing to give me a chance. I will do my best to manage the Chamber of Commerce for you. And it won't take long for our Chamber of Commerce to surpass the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Shang Wani straightened his chest and said decisively. Chapter 6099. From today onwards, Brother Shang, you are the president of our Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce, let's go back and discuss the direction of our future development. As for those clowns, don't waste time on them. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands at Shang Wani. Then, he signaled Wei Shinjin and Shang Yuhua to prepare to go back. Zhu Dadi always prided himself on being calm. However, he suddenly became hot-headed. He couldn't help but rush towards Shang Yuhua with a ferocious look in his eyes. Bitch! I have given you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Today, I will let you know that I am not someone to be trifled with. Before Zhu Dadi finished his words, he had already attacked Shang Yuhua. The old man beside him turned pale with fright. He'd been too focused on Lin Yi just now and had overlooked this kid, allowing him to rush out of the way. Lin Yi didn't care about this idiot at all. With Wei Shinjin on the side, this kind of young master's strength was not enough to threaten Shang Yuhua. He only needed to ensure that the old man in the early stage of mountain opening stage would not interfere. Zhu Dadi's attack was considered fast. However, Wei Shinjin had been paying attention to this guy. How could he let this guy hurt his sweetheart? With a low shout, Wei Shinjin stood in front of Shang Yuhua. He raised his hand and threw a punch. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. In the space where the punch passed, there were even small ice crystals. Zhu Dadi's expression changed slightly. Although he was in the original infant stage, his strength was mostly increased by the accumulation of medicinal pellets. In terms of talent, he was really not as good as the genius disciple of the Snow Sword faction, Wei Shinjin. Therefore, when he threw this punch, he had the intention to retreat. However, the cold air formed by Wei Shinjin's chi made him feel a little sluggish. In addition, he had rushed out too fiercely just now. For a moment, he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight it head-on. Their fists collided with each other. Zhu Dadi's strength was already at a disadvantage, and he had the thought of retreating and hesitating in his heart. The result of fighting head-on was that he would be defeated immediately. The old man who was protecting Zhu Dadi was ready to help his young master even before the two of them clashed. However, Lin Yi only moved his feet slightly, without any intention to help. That invisible pressure made the old man's hair stand on end, and he subconsciously focused all his attention on Lin Yi. In the next moment, the old man realized that he had once again neglected Zhu Dadi. In that split second of distraction, his young master had already been sent flying back with a scream. The arm that had punched Wei Shinjin was already covered with a thin layer of frost. How dare you! The old man was immediately shocked and angry. He could no longer care about Lin Yi. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhu Dadi. He deflected the impact of flying back and wiped away the cold air on his arm. At the same time, he put a recover pill into his mouth. After doing all of that in the blink of an eye, the old man did not stop. Instead, his figure flashed once again, appearing before Wei Shinjin. He raised his hand, wanting to slap Wei Shinjin's face and send him flying. This time, he didn't want to kill Wei Shinjin. After all, there was Lin Yi beside him. The old man didn't want to offend a local tyrant with unfathomable strength. If Zhu Dadi hadn't been injured and didn't get back at him, the old man, as his protector, would have lost face. When he went back, he would definitely be punished. He didn't want to slap Zhu Dadi. Unfortunately, this old man really didn't know Lin Yi at all. If he wanted to slap his younger brother in front of him, it was no different from slapping him. Lin Yi, who had always been protective of his people, would not hesitate to support Wei Xinjin even if it was Wei Xinjin who attacked first. Not to mention that it was just a legitimate defense. It was already polite of him not to kill Zhu Dadi. How dare he look for trouble later? With the full power of the extreme butterfly's subtle steps, Lin Yi left a trace of shadow where he was standing. His body had instantly appeared in the path of the old man. He also slapped, but before the old man could hit Wei Xinjin, Lin Yi had already slapped his face. The old man felt that he was already very guarded against Lin Yi, but he still didn't expect that Lin Yi's speed would be so terrifying. He almost didn't even have the chance to react. It was definitely too late to block. The old man could only rely on his instincts to move his head, making a slight dodging movement. Lin Yi's palm didn't completely hit him, but he didn't care. Just the sweep of 4 fingers was enough to send the old man flying. With a not-so-clear slap, the old man's forward direction suddenly changed by 90 degrees. His entire body flipped twice in the air before landing on the ground in a slightly sorry state. Zhu Dadi couldn't help but shiver. First, it was because the cold air hadn't completely disappeared, and second, it was because he was scared by Lin Yi's strength. The old man beside him was an expert in the early stage of the mountain opening realm, but he was actually directly sent flying by a slap from Lin Yi. What kind of strength did Lin Yi have? Ping Jinshan's heart also trembled. However, Hongwu College was an important partner of the Universal Chamber of Commerce in opening up the East Continent. He definitely couldn't sit back and watch these two people be bullied without saying a word. Lin Yi, don't go too far. This is an important guest from the East Continent. Even if the acting island owner of Okuda State was here, he wouldn't dare to offend him. Do you really want to stay in Middle Island? Ping Jinshan scolded him sternly. At the same time, he quickly blocked in front of Lin Yi, putting on a look of protecting Zhu Dadi and Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly, completely ignoring the subtle hint in Ping Jinshan's words. This guy thought that he still needed the protection of Okuda State to survive in Middle Island, so he deliberately pointed out that Okuda State was only an acting island owner. However, he didn't know that Lin Yi had already passed the stage of needing support. In fact, when Ping Jinshan saw the 6 unconscious East Continent people on the ground, he knew that Lin Yi was not easy to get along with. However, he was still confident that with him, the executive vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi would restrain himself no matter what. He didn't expect that the truth was completely different. It's not up to you to decide whether I want to stay in Middle Island or not. If you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi glanced at Ping Jinshan coldly. This guy didn't look like a good guy no matter how he looked at it. If he still didn't know what was good for him, it wouldn't matter if he taught him a lesson. Anyway, after Shang Wani followed Lin Yi, he already had a grudge against the Universal Chamber of Commerce. It was not a big deal to have another crime like teaching the executive vice president a lesson. Ping Jinshan was a little scared. However, under such circumstances, he absolutely couldn't back down, or else his cooperation with Hongwu College would end here. Chapter 6100. Originally, I wanted to let it go, but since you want to mess things up, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Yi had a mocking expression. He lifted his leg and kicked. Ping Jinshan did not react at all. He only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, his entire body flew backwards. After Lin Yi kicked Ping Jinshan away, he used the Wood Forest 1000 transformations. He created hundreds of clones that surrounded Zhu Dadi and the mountain opening stage elder and started beating them up. Although the power of the Wood Forest 1000 transformations was not great, there were many of them. It was the best way to beat people up. Especially against people who were weaker than him, it was definitely satisfying. As for the other two elders of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, their strength had not reached the mountain opening stage yet. When they saw the power of the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations, they wisely turned around and retreated. They pretended to check on Ping Jianshan's injuries and stayed far away from Lin Yi's attack range. Lin Yi did not care about the two of them. Their existence did not affect him at all. Now, he only needed to beat people up to his heart's content. Poor Zhu Dadi and the old man, who were at the early phase of the mountain opening, couldn't do anything against Lin Yi's clones. No matter how hard they tried to defend, they were still hit by punches and kicks from all directions. In just a breath's time, the two of them were swollen up. Actually, with the elder's strength, the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations would not have much of an effect. However, when Lin Yi had just arrived, he had already felt a little guilty. After that, he was sent flying by Lin Yi, which made him even more fearful of Lin Yi. That was why he was completely suppressed by the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations. His performance was not much better than Zhu Dadi, who was in the original infant stage. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not have the intention to kill, so Zhu Dadi and Lin Yi were able to keep their lives. The power of the Forest Thousand Transformations was indeed not strong, but that was only relative. It might be difficult to kill a mountain opening stage cultivator, but against a nascent soul stage Zhu Dadi, a clone was enough to kill him instantly. Seeing that the two guys were almost swollen, Lin Yi waved his hand and dissipated all the doppelgangers. Then, he looked at the two guys on the ground whose faces were beyond recognition and said calmly, "Remember, the one who beat you up is Lin Yi of Tiandan Pavilion. If you have any grudges and want to take revenge, just come to me. I'll accept it at any time. Don't find the wrong person." After saying that, he glanced coldly at the three people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce not far away. His words were also meant for them to hear. He didn't want them to take revenge on the people around him. Zhu Dadi and the others could not even tell the difference between their eyes and nose, so they could not answer Lin Yi. As for Ping Jianshan, although he was angry, he knew that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He humphed and did not say anything. "Let's go." Lin Yi turned his head and said goodbye to Shang Wani, his daughter, and Wei Shinjin. Then, he left the place first. Next, he had to think about the establishment of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. He had this idea before. Now that he had Shang Wani, Lin Yi certainly had to think about how to operate it seriously. Now, because of the impact of the automatic alchemy furnace of the medicine sect, there was basically no market for low-level elixirs in Tiandan Pavilion. High-level elixirs were expensive and limited, so they could not be sold as regular products. Therefore, it was quite necessary to transform. As for the goods after the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi also had some ideas. In addition to his elixirs, the wormhole in the center could also be used. Since they could sell goods from the secular world, of course, Lin Yi could also sell them. Anyway, the wormhole was now shared by both sides, and the market was so big. Presumably, the center would not mind too much. As for the specific matters, he needed to go back and contact the secular world. Anyway, he had already mentioned this to Lai Changyi, Brother Dafeng, and the others. It would be more convenient to operate now. The only problem was Han Jingjing's whereabouts. If she could return in time, it would be perfect. After returning to Tiandan Pavilion, Tian Chan greeted him first. Her pretty face was full of joy, and she was holding a letter in her hand. "Lin Yi, this is the reply from the secular world. They have news about Jing Jing. Jing Jing is fine. She is still in the secular world. She said that she will be back in a few days." Tian Chan handed the letter in her hand to Lin Yi. She was also greatly relieved. Although Han Jingjing did not wake up immediately, this news was enough to make Lin Yi feel at ease. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly took the letter and opened it. He read it quickly. Sure enough, it mentioned that Han Jingjing took the initiative to contact the villa and asked them to inform Heavenly Island that she was safe. However, because she still had some things to do, she would only be back in a few days. Lin Yi didn't know when this letter had been sent. He thought that he had just received the letter, and Han Jingjing might wake up at any time. He didn't have time to settle Shang Wanyi and the others down. He only gave them a few simple instructions and told them to familiarize themselves with the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. He then went upstairs to visit Han Jingjing. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing was still in the secular world at this time and could not return to Heavenly Island immediately. That day, she and Black Cloak and Hunting Bow went to Evil Spirit Town and smoothly destroyed the many evil spirits entrenched there. With the strength of Han Jingjing's spirit and the assistance of the alchemic fire, it was a piece of cake to deal with these little things. Every time she destroyed an evil spirit, Han Jingjing would ingest and convert the energy of the soul she had gathered into it, repairing the injuries of her soul until she made a complete recovery. When she had destroyed all the evil spirits in the town, not only did her soul make a complete recovery, but her strength had also increased drastically. Unfortunately, this was only a one-time improvement. There was not much use in using soul power again. Instead, it made her feel that her spirit was somewhat impure, so she did not dare to continue using soul power to cultivate her spirit. Because of this, Black Cloak and Hunting Bow benefited greatly. Not only were the two soul-gathering bottles filled with soul force, but their strength had also increased under Han Jingjing's guidance. At the same time, they had also collected a few useful soul armaments from Spectre Town. For Black Cloak and Hunting Bow, this was definitely a bountiful harvest. If they sold 2 full bottles of soul power, they would be able to earn at least 10 to 20 million euros. As for the increase in strength and the items they obtained, it was something that couldn't be measured with money. Therefore, the two of them felt respect for Han Jingjing from the bottom of their hearts. They even had the thought of taking her as their master. Of course, Han Jingjing would not accept 2 foreign spirit hunters as her disciples. She did not have the time for that. After leaving Evil Spirit Town, Han Jingjing prepared to try to return to Heavenly Island. Chapter 6101. In fact, teleportation through the wormhole was also very fast. Last time, Han Jingjing wandered around in the wormhole and left the range of the teleportation channel. That was why her speed was a little slow. This time, as long as she focused on teleportation, she believed that she would be able to return to Heaven Island soon. The only problem now was where was the entrance to the wormhole. Finding the entrance to the wormhole in Europe was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Han Jingjing had no choice but to return to China first. Entering from the main entrance controlled by the center was the safest way. Han Jingjing did not need to use her spirit form to slowly cross the sea. She could hide on the plane and take a plane to return to China. When she reached a nearby city, it would be very simple. Because she said last time that she would return to Heaven Island directly, Han Jingjing did not intend to go to the villa this time. After being delayed in the secular world for so long, Lin Yi must be very worried about her, so she went directly to the wormhole entrance in the center. The spirit form was very convenient. It did not take much effort to sneak into a place without being discovered. Han Jingjing easily found the wormhole entrance and saw Big Brother Defong commanding people to teleport many secular goods to Heaven Island. It seems that Big Brother Lin Yi is going to give them a taste of their own medicine. He is using the secular world's products to compete with the Central Chamber of Commerce and break the other party's monopoly. Han Jingjing smiled gently. She felt that this method was indeed good. Unfortunately, the agreement with the center was only for a year. During this time, she had to find a way to thoroughly study the wormhole and find an independent tunnel to avoid relying too much on the center's wormhole in the future. Originally, Han Jingjing wanted to show up and say hello to Big Brother Defong, but there were many people around the wormhole. Although most of them were people she found, some were placed here by the center to monitor Big Brother Defong. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Jingjing suppressed the idea in her heart and took advantage of the gap to quietly enter the wormhole. As soon as she entered the wormhole, her spirit form broke down into particles and flew to the other end at high speed. It was more than 100 times faster than Han Jingjing's previous wandering speed. However, the moment she entered the tunnel, Han Jingjing realized that something was amiss. She was not the only one in the tunnel. The particle clusters of all the items moved quickly without interfering with each other, nor would they touch her particle cluster. However, there was one cluster of particles that was motionless in the tunnel and happened to block Han Jingjing's path. Han Jingjing could vaguely feel the fluctuations of her spirit from that cluster of particles. These fluctuations were very strong, but there was also a hint of weakness, which was a little strange. The particles of the items shuttled back and forth between the particles without any effect, but when Han Jingjing's essence soul particles approached, the motionless particles suddenly exploded, instantly entangling with Han Jingjing. The two spirit particles broke free from the wormhole's teleportation tunnel and floated in the wormhole space at the side. Then, Han Jingjing's spirit body appeared. "Little girl, your spirit strength is not bad. You can actually encounter a great tonic here. Be obedient and let me fuse with you so that you won't suffer." Another head appeared on the shoulder of Han Jingjing's spirit body. It was Wang Ba, who had disappeared on Heaven Island because of the miniature teleportation array. Lin Yi had always thought that he'd been killed in the explosion, but who would have thought that this 10,000-year tortoise had such a tough life? He didn't die even after all that, and appeared in the wormhole. In fact, Wang Ba was also very puzzled about why he appeared here. However, he was already very lucky to be able to escape from Lin Yi. As for where he was, he did not care at all. It had been a while since he came to the wormhole space, but Wang Ba did not intend to leave immediately. That was because he had indeed suffered serious injuries when he was teleported by the miniature teleportation array. Under the premise that he did not know what was going on, he did not dare to simply run around. More importantly, Wang Ba found that after his spirit turned into the form of particles, he could actually slowly recover from his injuries. Although it would take at least 800 years for him to fully recover, it was still a way. Moreover, he could continue to exist without the Xianhai soul condensing fluid, so he simply hid here to recuperate. If Han Jingjing had not suddenly teleported in the tunnel, Wang Ba might have slept for 1,000 years. It was because he had sensed the fluctuation of the spirit that he gave up recuperating and attacked Han Jingjing's spirit. If Wang Ba knew how to devour Lin Yi's spirit, Han Jingjing would have been swallowed by him. Fortunately, he did not have such a technique, so Han Jingjing had escaped. However, Wang Ba did not attack Han Jingjing without any confidence. He found that after he turned into particles, there was a high chance that he could integrate with the spirit in the same state, such as Han Jingjing. As long as the integration was successful, his injuries would be greatly healed. By then, he would not have to stay here anymore. He could go out and find a body to possess. "Who are you? Get out of my way." Although Han Jingjing was shocked, she did not panic. She tried her best to maintain control of her spirit and tried her best to drive Wang Ba out. "Hey, you're quite stubborn." Wang Ba was a little surprised. He initially thought that this attack would be a piece of cake. He did not expect the integration process to be as easy as he had imagined. The integration in the form of particles was only Wang Ba's own speculation. He had never put it into practice. In other words, Han Jingjing was the first test subject that Wang Ba used to practice, but he seemed to have fallen into a trap himself. In terms of the strength of the spirit, Wang Ba was infinitely close to the sea-splitting stage at his peak, but it declined a lot later on. Coupled with his previous injuries, it was good enough for him to maintain his strength at the peak of the mysterious ascension late stage. Although Han Jingjing had made some progress, the strength of her spirit was barely at the mysterious ascension stage. She could not be compared to Wang Ba at all. The reason for the current situation had to be found from the state of both parties. Wang Ba had not recovered from his serious injuries. Although his primordial spirit was strong, it was still very weak. On the other hand, Han Jingjing had accumulated a large amount of soul power. Although her primordial spirit was not pure, it was still extremely solid. Even if it had turned into a ball of particles, the connection between them was still extremely tight. Wang Ba had probably kicked an iron plate when he wanted to merge with Han Jingjing. That was indeed the case. Wang Ba seemed to have some advantage in the beginning, but Han Jingjing gradually took the initiative. When she used the alchemy fire of soul, Wang Ba screamed and hid completely, not daring to show his face. Chapter 6102. If she used the divine alchemic fire, she might burn her spirit because of the fusion problem. Han Jingjing was not sure what would happen to her if she did that. Little girl, I admit that I have underestimated you, but it doesn't matter. I don't lack patience. Let's wait and see. Wang Ba felt a little guilty in his heart, but he was very stubborn with his words. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage now, Wang Ba believed that as long as Han Jingjing's spirit body turned back into a particle cluster, he would have a chance to continue fusing with her spirit. As time went by, Wang Ba's condition would get better, and the fusion speed would naturally get faster. Han Jingjing suddenly quietened down. This annoying bastard could not be separated for a while, so the only way was to stop him from continuing to fuse with her spirit, so she could only choose to maintain the spirit-body state. It seemed that it was too late to return to Heaven Stage Island. If she went back like this, she might be possessed by this bastard. Han Jingjing thought for a while and turned around to fly back. She could not take such a risk, so she prepared to stay in the secular world for a while. The spirit body's movement speed in the wormhole space was even slower, but Han Jingjing had no choice. She would never turn back into a particle cluster. Fortunately, the previous teleportation was only for a moment. The spirit body spent more than 10 minutes and finally returned to the entrance. There were still so many cracks surrounding the most stable exit. This time, Han Jingjing had no other choice but to exit from the central exit. If she used her primordial spirit form to pass through the other cracks, it might cause a lot of unnecessary damage. If that bastard took the opportunity to attack, Han Jingjing would be in big trouble. Sister-in-law Jingjing. As soon as Han Jingjing's spirit body came out of the wormhole, she heard Big Brother Dofeng's exclamation. She could not help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, she went in quietly just now. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why she went in and came out again. Big Brother Dofeng, does the wormhole belong to us today? Han Jingjing greeted him with a smile and casually made a meaningless remark. Yeah, why did you come out of the wormhole? Boss Lin Yi has been anxious these days. I heard that you were still here a while ago. Brother Dofeng couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He then remembered that this was not a place to talk, so he quickly looked around and bowed to Han Jingjing. Let's leave this place first. Do you think it's possible to go back to the villa? Alright, I'll head back to the villa first. Could you please send someone to send me back? Han Jingjing did not stand on ceremony. She still had to suppress Wang Ba and her primordial spirit, so she could not be distracted. Who are you going to send? I'll go back with you right away. Big Brother Feng didn't dare to delay. After whispering, he led Han Jingjing away from the place. Although the center had signed a truce agreement with Lin Yi, Han Jingjing's identity was too special. Lin Yi had returned to Heaven Island. Big Brother Dofeng did not dare to take the risk of letting her stay here. If something happened, the center could push the blame away. Soon, he took Han Jingjing to a helicopter and left through the air. Although the people in the center had received the news of Han Jingjing's appearance, they did not stop them. After returning to the villa, everyone was present because they had been notified by Big Brother Dofeng in advance. Everyone was overjoyed to see Han Jingjing. They were as anxious as Lin Yi was. Although they had received news that she was fine, it was better to see her with their own eyes. After Han Jingjing briefly greeted everyone, she did not say anything else. With the strength of her primordial spirit, it was still a little difficult to suppress Wang Ba for a long time, especially because of the fusion problem. She could not use the divine sense elixir fire to deal with him. The reason why Han Jingjing rushed to the villa was to make a call. Black Shirt and Hunting Bao's phone number. Before leaving Europe, Han Jingjing did not think of asking for their phone numbers because it was not necessary. The divine sense mark on them was not removed. If she wanted to find them, she could sense them as long as she strolled around their area of activity. However, in the current situation, Han Jingjing really could not be distracted by running around, so her only hope was that the number she used to call the villa last time was still there. Sun Jingyi looked strangely at Han Jingjing, who was rushing to the phone and flipping through the records. She asked softly, "Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Are you looking for someone?" "Yes, it's the number I called last time. It's a friend of mine in Europe. I have something to talk to him about." Han Jingjing turned her head and smiled, then turned back to rummage through the phone. Fortunately, there were not many records on the phone, so she quickly found the number. Han Jingjing quickly pressed the call back, but the call did not go through. "Why can't I get through? Do I really have to go to Europe personally?" Han Jingjing's little face showed some disappointment. Perhaps the two spirit hunters, Black Shirt and Hunting Bao, would have a way to solve the problem of the spirit. This was also her plan. Even though their strength was not worth mentioning, they did have a different approach in this regard. Europe and Huaxia were two completely different cultivation systems. At present, there was no one in the mortal world who was stronger than Han Jingjing in the aspect of primordial spirit. The only people she could ask for help were the two spirit hunters in black. "You want to find a friend in Europe? Who are they?" Sun Jingyi waited for Han Jingjing to put down the phone before asking curiously. Han Jingjing didn't go back to Sky Island, so what was she doing all this time? Was she always in Europe? Then why did she come out of the wormhole today? Everyone was curious about these questions, but seeing that Han Jingjing seemed to have something on her mind, they were too embarrassed to ask directly. "It's two spirit hunters. The soul collection bottle that was used to wake up Lin Yi Big Bro came from them," Han Jingjing explained casually. She turned her head and took the laptop that Wu Qintian had placed on the coffee table, typing quickly on the keyboard. As a powerful hacker, it was not impossible to locate a phone based on a number. Since the call could not go through, Han Jingjing could only confirm Black Shirt's current location first. "Actually, if you want to find someone in Europe, you can call Kerman, Buffon. Buffon, it'll be easier to get him to help." Maybe Kerman knows people like spirit hunters, Jingyi thought for a moment before giving Han Jingjing an idea. Chapter 6103. Han Jingjing nodded, but her fingers didn't stop. "Alright, then I'll have to trouble Sister Jingyi to look for Kerman. I'll locate them first and ask his men to help me find them." "Oh right, Brother Dafeng, help me call that number and see if it goes through." Sun Jingyi and Brother Dafeng agreed and started making calls. Although they didn't know why Han Jingjing was in such a hurry to find the two spirit hunters, since it was her request, no one had any objections or questions. Black Shirt and Hunting Bao still couldn't get through, but Kerman's call went through. Sun Jingyi said a few words and turned to ask Han Jingjing, "Jingjing, what's the name of your spirit hunter friend?" "A Caucasian man in black with a crossguard sword. He's called Black Shirt. There's also a beauty in leather who uses a bow and arrow. He's called Hunting Bao. Does that Kerman know about them?" Han Jingjing didn't stop her fingers as she raised her head to look at Jingyi. Sun Jingyi repeated Han Jingjing's words, listened for a few seconds, thanked her, and hung up. Kerman said he doesn't know the two spirit hunters, but he can ask around and get back to us later. If you can locate them, he can also send people to look for them. As Sun Jingyi spoke, she looked at the screen of the laptop. It was a satellite map of Europe. As Han Jingjing typed in quickly, all kinds of lines and graphics flashed on the satellite map. Alright, I'll be able to locate the general area soon. As soon as Han Jingjing finished speaking, a red dot appeared on the screen. At the same time, the surrounding area was magnified. It looked like a forest. Are they at this location? I'll get Kerman to find someone to take a look. Sun Jingyi didn't know where they were, but she was doubtful that Kerman could find them. If they were in a city or town under the influence of the Buffon family, it would be very easy to find them. However, this forest was not only in a place where people rarely went, but it was also very far from Kerman's home. Even if they sent someone there, it would take a long time. This is where they were more than an hour ago. I'm not sure if they're still there. Han Jingjing said helplessly. Black Shirt and Black Shirt's cell phone signal could only be tracked to this extent. They had completely lost the signal an hour ago, so they couldn't get through no matter how hard they tried. From their last position, they weren't too far from Evil Spirit Town. Could it be that the two of them went back to Evil Spirit Town to explore after Han Jingjing left? That shouldn't be the case. The soul-gathering bottle in their hands was already filled with soul power. Before selling the soul power, there was no reason for them to continue with other missions. Sun Jingyi took out her phone and prepared to call Kerman. No matter how slim the chances were, she had to ask him to send someone to look for her. She just didn't know if Han Jingjing could afford to wait. Seeing how anxious she was, she probably couldn't wait that long. Kong Xiaobo went behind the sofa and looked at the notebook as well, scratching his chin with his fingers. This area. I think it's the place Chi-Chi mentioned before. Young Chi-Chi. Xiao-Chi. You've contacted her. Sun Jingyi and the others paused. The people in the villa weren't that familiar with Chi-Chi, but the people around Lin Yi all knew each other. Lin Yi came back to the common world this time to meet the people who stayed behind, but Chi-Chi couldn't be contacted. She was said to be on a mission, so it was quite a pity. Everyone in the villa knew about this, but they didn't mention Chi-Chi until they found her. Yeah, I got a call from her 2 days ago, but I didn't remember to tell everyone. She heard that boss came back, so she called. She was really excited and wanted to come back to look for boss, but he went back to Sky State Island already. Kong Xiaobo shook his head. It was quite a pity as well. If Chi-Chi had heard the news earlier, she wouldn't have missed the chance to meet boss. Let's not talk about useless stuff. Why did Chi-Chi bring up this area? Sun Jingyi raised a hand to stop Kong Xiaobo. Han Jingjing's focus was clearly on this area, and it was probably important to her. Chi-Chi told me that she was on a mission in this area, and she's been here for more than a year now. There's almost no signal in the depths of the forest, so she can't contact the outside world. She only found out that boss came back to look for her because she came out to resupply. Maybe it'll be faster if we ask her for help. Kong Xiaobo wasn't sure if this was a good idea or not, but he'd just have to try it out. What kind of mission is she on in a forest like this? And she's been gone for more than a year. Sun Jingyi was speechless. She knew that Chi-Chi was an unreliable assassin, but this was way too unreliable, wasn't it? Could it be that her target was hiding in the depths of the forest, and she had to go after him? Even if that was the case, she'd been gone for more than a year. Wouldn't that make her a savage? This girl's patience wasn't just for show. I'll call Xiao-Chi first, Lin Yi Bro really cares about her. I'll be able to tell Lin Yi Bro about this when I get back to Sky Class Island. Han Jingjing smiled faintly. Getting news about Chi-Chi wasn't bad at all. As for Black Clothes and Hunting Bow, Han Jingjing decided to go to Europe herself. It'd be faster that way, and Chi-Chi was in danger in that forest as well. Evil Spirit Town was at the edge of the forest, and there wasn't even a signal in the depths of the forest. Who knew if there were stronger evil spirits lurking around? Kong Xiaobo didn't waste any time and dialed Chi-Chi's number. The call connected instantly, It seemed like she wasn't in the depths of the forest yet. Han Jingjing took the phone with a smile. Chi-Chi. I'm Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing. You're not back at Sky Class Island yet. Is bro there? Chi-Chi got excited upon hearing that it was Han Jingjing. Evidently, she knew that Han Jingjing and Lin Yi had appeared together in the common world. But remembering that Kong Xiaobo said that Lin Yi was already back at Sky Class Island, she started to worry. Han Jingjing knew that the bro Chi-Chi was talking about was Lin Yi. She smiled. No, Lin Yi bro's back at Sky Class Island already. I'm calling you to ask if you're still in that forest. Chapter 6104. Yeah, it's like this. I'm looking for two friends. They're in that area too. I'm not sure if you've seen them before. One is a white man in black, holding a crossguard sword as a weapon, and the other is a beauty in leather with a bow and arrow. Han Jingjing briefly described their outfits. It wasn't very likely, but young Chi-Chi might have seen them before. I haven't seen the two you mentioned before, but there's been a lot of activity around these 2 days. Most of them are Europeans. It seems like something has appeared in the forest, and I'm thinking of joining in the fun. Maybe my target will show up too. It's been more than a year, I'm going to die if I can't find him. Young Chi-Chi was quite talkative today. Perhaps it was because Han Jingjing and Lin Yi had returned to the common world together. Han Jingjing found it funny too. Although she had seen young Chi-Chi before, they weren't that close. She always thought that young Chi-Chi was cool, but she didn't expect them to get along so well. I'm going to look for my two friends, but I'm not familiar with that area. Can you bring me along? Han Jingjing didn't need anyone to bring her. As long as she got close to the area where Hei Yi and the others were, the divine sense mark would be sensed. She only said that because she wanted Chi-Chi to wait for her. Something had happened in that area, and it would be dangerous for Chi-Chi to go in alone. It'd be safer with her. She'd be able to find Hei Yi and the bow on the way anyway. I see. Alright, when are you coming and where should I meet you? Young Chi-Chi agreed quickly. Then, she discussed the meeting point with Han Jingjing. After reaching an agreement, Han Jingjing was ready to leave. Although she didn't want to travel long distances, it seemed like she had to go this time. Other than spirit hunters, she really didn't know who else to look for help. The people in the villa were the best in the common world, but in terms of primordial spirit, they were far inferior to her. Jingjing, I'll go with you. If anything happens, I'll be able to help. Sun Jingyi was worried about Han Jingjing and offered to go with her. Han Jingjing thought about it and did not reject it. She needed to focus all her energy on suppressing Wang Ba's primordial spirit fusion. With Sun Jingyi by her side, she could indeed help a lot. As for the others, they still had to stay here to guard the villa. Even if they wanted to go with them, Han Jingjing would not allow it. After a simple farewell, Han Jingjing and Sun Jingyi left the villa and headed for the airport. They chartered a small plane to fly to Europe. At this time, Han Jingjing felt that she should build a few more flying saucers. If there were flying saucers, it would be much easier to travel between the continents. The next day, the two arrived at the rendezvous point where young Chi-Chi was already waiting for them. The three beauties were all smiling like flowers because of Lin Yi, looking very intimate. Everyone in the town couldn't help but smile back when they saw them. The charm of beauties was irresistible. After preparing some supplies, young Chi-Chi led the two into the forest far away. She did not waste her time in the past year. She had explored many parts of the forest. In terms of familiarity, none of the locals in the town dared to say that they were more familiar with this place than her. However, after arriving here, Han Jingjing could already sense the divine mark left on black robe and hunting bow. She did not need young Chi-Chi to lead the way and could easily find them. It was just that young Chi-Chi happened to be heading in the right direction, so she did not say much. Just as Yang Qiqi said, there were indeed some people exploring this forest, but they did not know why. Han Jingjing did not care too much about it. Her only targets were Black Robe and Hunting Bow. If the spirit hunters could not help her with Wang Ba's primordial spirit fusion, she could only ask Lin Yi for help. After walking for a while, Han Jingjing could sense Black Robe and Hunting Bow more clearly. She felt that they were moving towards her. Hey! I found my target! Yang Qiqi suddenly cried out in surprise. It had been more than a year. She had wandered around this damn forest for more than a year and finally found the person she was looking for. Han Jingjing extended her divine sense and quickly followed Yang Qiqi's gaze to see the target she was talking about. On the surface, it looked like a black man in his 40s. He had a full beard and looked like he had not trimmed it for a long time. His hair was very long and his clothes were not tattered but very dirty. People would believe that he was a barbarian if they saw him out of the blue. However, Han Jingjing could feel a faint soul power fluctuation from his body. Needless to say, this guy was on the same level as a spirit hunter. However, this soul power fluctuation was only slightly stronger than Black Robe and Hunting Bow. With Yang Qiqi's strength, she could easily deal with him. There was no need to worry about any danger. Yang Qiqi didn't even turn her head. She pressed her hand down lightly, signaling the two to wait. Then, she moved silently, approaching the man like a cat. Han Jingjing nodded to herself. Yang Qiqi was from a family of assassins after all. This kind of stealth ability was quite strong. If she didn't use her divine sense, she might not be able to detect Yang Qiqi's approach. One had to know that Han Jingjing's strength was far beyond Yang Qiqi's. If she were at Han Jingjing's level, she would be able to crush her easily. After all, the two specialized in different areas. As she was praising Yang Qiqi, Han Jingjing's divine sense picked up a small trap in the direction Yang Qiqi was going. It was very well hidden, but Yang Qiqi should have been able to detect it. But she seemed to have focused all her attention on sneaking around and didn't notice the trap at all. She lifted her foot and stepped right into it. It was just like what Lin Yi said, an unreliable assassin. Han Jingjing felt that there were a couple of black lines on her forehead, but she didn't have time to remind Qiqi right now. She could only charge forward and destroy the trap before Qiqi's foot even touched the ground. The refinement fire was silent, but Yang Qiqi accidentally made a lot of noise after destroying the trap. Her target was alerted, and immediately went into a defensive stance. Ah! He found me. Don't even think about running. Yang Qiqi didn't say anything and changed from a sneak attack to a forceful one. She didn't care that this was against the rules of an assassin. Chapter 6105. If she missed, then she'd have to run 1,000 miles away. Being discovered and attacked head-on was the worst option, unless she had complete confidence that she could take down the target head-on without any trouble. Qiqi was confident that she could take down this barbarian head-on, but more importantly, she'd wasted more than a year's time, even missing the chance to meet Yi Bro. One could only imagine the grudge in her heart, and if she didn't take care of this bastard today, she wouldn't be able to think straight. The bearded black man looked in Qiqi's direction cautiously, relaxing a little after realizing that it was 3 young girls. Qiqi had been looking for him in this forest for more than a year, and he'd been hiding here for more than a year as well. Even a female monkey would get him excited, let alone 3 beauties. Qiqi had been looking for him in this forest for more than a year, and he'd been hiding here for more than a year as well. The guy had a perverted thought in his mind, and so he chuckled as he pulled out 2 bone daggers. With a tap of his foot, he charged at Qiqi. Qiqi was overjoyed. She'd been afraid that the guy would run away, after all, and it wasn't easy to catch someone in this forest. She was confident in her speed, but if she really let this guy get away, she wouldn't be spending another year here, would she? Han Jingjing stopped not too far away, not intending to interfere. The bearded black man looked like he had some strength, but compared to Qiqi, he didn't have any advantage at all. She only needed to watch from the sidelines, since this was Chi-Chi's own problem. It was better for her to handle it. Sun Jingyi had the same thought as she stood beside Han Jingjing, smiling at Chi-Chi. The two were moving at breakneck speeds, and it looked like they were about to collide head-on. Chi-Chi's petite body suddenly froze, and in a blink of an eye, she appeared behind the bearded black man. The guy's bone dagger was already swung out, holding back 30% of his strength due to his tenderness towards the fairer sex. However, the two daggers only hit air, not even touching the hem of Chi-Chi's clothes. Knowing that the situation was not good, the bearded black man immediately changed his move. Using his left leg as the axis, he fiercely flung his body out. In the blink of an eye, he completed a 180-degree turn. His two white bone knives also fiercely slashed out. It was a shame that the two blades didn't even make it halfway before they fell to the ground. Chi-Chi's dagger was already at his neck, and when he tried to twist his body, it was like putting his neck on the blade's blade. His body spun on its own, and the blade sliced through his neck. Chi-Chi paused. She'd wanted to force him to answer a couple of questions. Was this suicide? What a courageous fellow. He's dead. Chi-Chi paused. She'd been looking for this bearded black man for more than a year, and she didn't think that she'd be able to kill him in one move. Compared to the process, the ending was way too simple. Han Jingjing and Sun Jingyi hadn't experienced this for more than a year, and so they didn't know how Chi-Chi felt. The bearded black man was dead anyways, and there was no need for Chi-Chi to stay in this area. Once she found black clothes and the bow, they'd leave together. Chi-Chi shook her head. After all, this was a target she'd been chasing for more than a year. She couldn't help but feel a little empty after killing him. Of course, this feeling was quickly replaced by the joy of completing the mission. Thinking about how she'd be able to leave this godforsaken place soon, Chi-Chi became excited. He took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the bearded man's corpse as proof that he had completed the mission. He also took an earring from the bearded man's ear, which was also a kind of evidence. Han Jingjing's divine scent swept across the bearded man's body, and as expected, she found a soul-collecting bottle. Even if he wasn't a spirit hunter, he was definitely related to one. Young Chi-Chi, this guy has a small bottle in his pocket. It's something good, you can keep it. Han Jingjing couldn't help but remind Chi-Chi when she saw that she had no intention of collecting the loot. The soul-collecting bottle was definitely something good. If she didn't take it with her, it would only benefit others. The bearded man's soul-collecting bottle was almost 90% full. Chi-Chi raised her head and looked at Han Jingjing. She knew that she was the one who killed the bearded man, and so Han Jingjing didn't want to share the loot. It was purely a friendly reminder. Since Han Jingjing said it was a good item, young Chi-Chi didn't hold back. She looked around for a bit and found the 90% full bottle. She put it in her pouch. Other than the soul-collecting bottle, the bearded man didn't have many valuable things. The only thing he had were the two white bone knives. It was a shame that even an assassin like Chi-Chi wouldn't be interested in them, let alone Sun Jingyi and Han Jingjing. Originally, they didn't want the white bone knife. It didn't matter if they just left it here. However, Han Jingjing remembered that they were about to meet Black Cloak and Hunting Bow. Although their weapons were crossguard swords and crossbows, the white bone knife had a weak fluctuation of spiritual power. It would be good to use as a secondary weapon. Young Chi-Chi, if you don't want these two knives, give them to me. I'll give them to my friends. Han Jingjing didn't hold back. They were on the same side, there was no need to be so distant. Chi-Chi nodded, you can have them, I don't need them anyway. Is there anything else you like? Feel free, don't be shy with me. I won't be shy with you. Han Jingjing smiled sweetly and put away the two bone knives. She turned to look in the direction of Hei Yi and the others and said, let's go this way. Sure, let's go then. Chi-Chi shrugged. She didn't really care where they went. She was familiar with this area, and looking for people was just a matter of walking around. Chi-Chi was in a good mood after completing her mission. She would turn back to chat with the two from time to time as she led the way. She was no longer the cool girl she used to be. The relationship between the three quickly warmed up, and they were as close as sisters. They all knew that this was all because of Lin Yi. Otherwise, the three wouldn't even be together. Chapter 6106. If it wasn't for the fact that the forest environment was perfect for hunting Bao, they wouldn't have survived until now. My two friends are being hunted, let's hurry. Han Jingjing's face was serious. If it wasn't for Wang Ba, she would have gone to help them with all her might. Sun Jingyi knew about Han Jingjing's situation. Without a word, she grabbed their arms and said, Jingjing, you lead the way, I'll move. Other than Han Jingjing, the strongest here was naturally Sun Jingyi. She wasn't a fighter, and her agility wasn't as high as Chi-Chi's, but her explosive speed was still much faster than the two of them. Chi-Chi didn't even have time to react before her body shot out like an arrow. That speed was indeed a lot faster than hers, and she was quite surprised at it. Just keep going. Han Jingjing was going to Hei Yi and hunting Bao's position, so she didn't need to change direction. Her divine sense couldn't be compared to Lin Yi's, so Sun Jingyi brought them to Hei Yi and hunting Bao's position in a few breaths. There were 3 Caucasians chasing after the two of them, and 2 of them were obviously soul bodies. This kind of soul body sounded similar to Han Jingjing's soul body, but in fact, they were 2 completely different states. Compared to the soul body was many times more brilliant. Jingyi sis, Shao Qi, you two help deal with those 3. I'll take care of the 2 spirits. Han Jingjing quickly divided the work, and without waiting for the 2 of them to answer, she rushed toward the 2 soul bodies first. Even if she wasn't in a good condition to fight now, it wouldn't take much effort to deal with these 2 spirits. Hei Yi and hunting Bao were filled with despair when they realized that someone was coming. But when they realized that it was Han Jingjing, whom they wanted to be apprenticed to, their despair turned into hope. They definitely wouldn't die this time. Hunting Bao, counterattack. Hei Yi roared. His crossguard sword lit up with a faint white light, and he was about to counterattack. Along the way, he and hunting Bao had been suppressed by the other party. If not for the bountiful harvest in Evil Spirit Town and the many new trump cards they had obtained, as well as the fact that hunting Bao was like a fish in water, the 2 of them would have been killed many times over. Now that Han Jingjing had come to his aid, Black Shirt felt that the resentment in his chest had to be vented. However, he had just taken a step forward when he stupidly stopped. The faint white light on the cross blade immediately disappeared. Hunting Bao was slightly better. He knew that the battle would end soon when he saw Han Jingjing, but he didn't expect it to be this soon. It didn't matter how bad Jingyi was at fighting, these European shrimps were nothing more than a flip of her hand. With the addition of Chi-Chi, an assassin who practiced both internal and external arts, the 3 Caucasians were on the ground in the blink of an eye. As for the 2 soul bodies, Han Jingjing did not hold back. She directly used her spiritual sense pill fire, not even giving them time to scream, and directly turned them into nothingness. Han Jingjing sighed softly. This level of movement wasn't enough to affect Wang Ba's suppression. It would be hard to say if she did it a few more times. Hei Yi, hunting Bao, why are you guys still here? Who are these guys chasing you? Han Jingjing came to Hei Yi, who was still in a daze, and asked with a frown. Hei Yi's body shook, and he came back to his senses. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, Teacher Han, thank you for saving me and hunting Bao. I'm not your teacher. Just call me Han Jingjing from now on. Han Jingjing said helplessly. She had said this a few times already, and it didn't seem to work. Yes, Teacher Han. Hei Yi still respectfully agreed. Han Jingjing really wanted to kick him to death. Did he not understand human language, or did he regard her as a spirit body as a ghost, so he did not want to pay attention to ghosts? Teacher Han, are these two your friends? Hunting Bao put away his bow and ran over to greet them respectfully. He didn't forget to thank Sun Jingyi and Yang Qiqi either. Be it Black Robe or Hunting Bao, they could all tell that Jingyi and Qiqi were masters as well. As for how strong they were, they might be a little weaker than Han Jingjing, but they couldn't tell. It was just that they thought that Han Jingjing was the strongest one. Yes, this is Sun Jingyi, and this is Yang Qiqi. They are my sisters. Han Jingjing introduced the two girls. As for Hei Yi and Hunting Bao, they naturally knew who they were, so they didn't waste time talking. After a few simple greetings, Han Jingjing immediately went straight to the point and said, "This time, I came to find you guys to ask if you can help. Teacher, if there's anything you need, just tell us. Be it climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a wok of boiling oil, Black Robe and Hunting Bao will definitely not frown." Hei Yi patted his chest with a thumping sound. He had an expression that said he would go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. It was hard for him to say such words with a Chinese accent. It seemed that in order to understand Han Jingjing, they had also studied China. It's like this. Inside my soul, there's another strong soul. Yes, it's even stronger than me. It wants to erase my consciousness and replace it with its own. If it succeeds, I'll disappear completely. Although I'm temporarily suppressing it, it's hard to say what will happen in the long run. Han Jingjing didn't bother to correct them. She came here to find out if the spirit hunters had a way to do this. After she was done, she would return to Sky State Island. It didn't matter if they treated her as a teacher or not. Hei Yi and Hunting Bao froze. They didn't know anything about the soul, but they could automatically replace it with a soul. It was easy to understand Han Jingjing's words. Teacher Han, are you saying that your soul is being stolen? Hunting Bao hesitated and tried to explain Han Jingjing's situation with his own words. Soul stealing. Yes, you could say that. Han Jingjing nodded. She didn't know what soul stealing was, but from the words, it was similar to possession. They were fighting for the soul, not the body, so soul stealing was a suitable way of saying it. Chapter 6107. Han Jingjing did not understand why it was considered amazing to be able to suppress the soul-snatching technique. However, when she thought about it carefully, if she did not have the divine sense elixir fire, Wang Ba could have completely erased her consciousness and absorbed her primordial spirit as a tonic. Teacher Han, when it comes to spirit snatching, it usually results in an instant. It's either a success or a failure. There has never been a case where a powerful spirit snatcher was suppressed and the process of spirit snatching was paused, Hunting Bao explained. He then furrowed his beautiful eyebrows and began to think. Hunting Bao, have you thought of a way to help me? Han Jingjing looked at Hunting Bao, feeling a little hopeful. Hunting Bao nodded slightly and exchanged glances with Black Shirt. Teacher Han, you're too strong. We might not be able to help with a spirit that's even stronger than you. Does that mean you have a way? It's okay, just tell me. I'll see if it works. Han Jingjing was delighted. As long as she could separate Wang Ba, she would accept it even if her primordial spirit was severely damaged. As for the difference between a spirit and a primordial spirit, there was no need to explain it now. They might not understand it even if she explained it. It was more convenient for them to understand it this way. We spirit hunters have a technique that is specially used to separate two soul bodies. This technique is called soul extraction and soul locking. It requires 6 spirit hunters to form a hexagram and simultaneously attack the soul body in the middle in order to separate it. Hunting Bao's brows were still furrowed as he slowly explained the technique he knew. Since Han Jingjing was too strong, Hunting Bao and the others couldn't even imagine a spirit that was stronger than her. Hence, they couldn't be sure if the soul extraction and soul locking method would work. 6 spirit hunters. Han Jingjing was slightly stunned. She was a little depressed when she heard the number of spirit hunters needed. Black Shirt and Hunting Bow were only 2 people. They couldn't even try. Although there were many spirit hunters in Europe, it wasn't easy to find all of them in such a short time. Are those 3 spirit hunters? Young Chi-Chi suddenly pointed at the 3 unconscious Caucasians on the ground. If they were spirit hunters, they only needed to find 1 or 2. There seemed to be a lot of people in this area recently. Perhaps it would be easy to find 1 or 2 spirit hunters. They're not spirit hunters, but evil spirit warlocks, evil people who specialize in cultivating evil spirits as a means of attack. Hei glanced at the 3 people on the ground in disgust. If Han Jingjing and the others weren't here, he would have killed them long ago. Although they are ghost warlocks, Teacher Han, if you can control them, you can make them spirit hunters who can extract and lock souls. After all, ghost warlocks are essentially the same as spirit hunters. Hunting Bow hesitated for a moment before giving a good suggestion. She naturally wasn't willing to let those 3 guys off just like that, but in order to help Han Jingjing, this could be ignored. As for whether she could control them, Hunting Bow wasn't worried at all. Apart from Han Jingjing, the 2 beautiful girls were similarly powerful to the point of being unfathomable. They definitely wouldn't have any problems dealing with the 3 ghost warlocks. Young Chi-Chi didn't say anything, and in a flash, she appeared next to the 3 on the ground. She raised her slender hand, and with 3 crisp slaps on the face, the ghost warlocks woke up from their unconscious state. Hei and Hunting Bow broke out in cold sweat. This little beauty was really tough. You 3, do you want to live or die? Young Chi-Chi's little face was cold as she looked down at the ghost warlocks on the ground. The 3 ghost warlocks didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't care less about their burning faces. They just subconsciously nodded and said, "Want to live, want to live." The souls they had raised were all dead. 1 was killed by the Hunting Bow, and the other 2 were burned by Han Jingjing. None of them were fools. When faced with an existence that they could not resist, it was wise to bow down as soon as possible. Since you want to live, be obedient. As long as you do well, I won't mistreat you. Young Chi-Chi smiled disdainfully as she took out a bottle from her bag. She poured out 3 black pills. This is a slow-acting poison. It'll take effect in 3 days. Take 1 each, and as long as you don't try anything funny, I'll give you the antidote later. Otherwise, you'll choose to end your own lives early. The 3 ghost warlocks, who were already sitting up, looked at each other. To be honest, they didn't suspect that Young Chi-Chi's poison was fake at all. They knew how to poison people and control people like this, and that was why they didn't dare take it easily. The problem was that they didn't have a choice at all. Take the pill and hope for a chance of survival, or die right away. Normally speaking, this wasn't even a choice. Since they had no choice, they could only obediently obey. Without much hesitation, the 3 ghost warlocks took the pills with frowns on their faces. After each of them swallowed 1, they stood aside with unsightly expressions. Young Chi-Chi was still a little worried, and in a flash, she slashed at 4 trees in 4 different directions before returning to her original spot. It took her no more than a second or 2. The 3 felt their vision blur, and the 4 trees around them snapped at the same time, falling back with a rumble. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, definitely cut in half. Run if you want, unless you think you're faster than us and have the antidote on your own. Young Chi-Chi warned coldly as she twirled the dagger in her hand before disappearing. Who knew where it went? We wouldn't dare. No, we won't run. The 3 spirit warlocks broke out in a cold sweat as they smiled and bowed. Even with the poison in their stomachs, they wouldn't dare run even if it was just Chi-Chi's speed and power, let alone the fact that they had the poison in their stomachs that would take effect in 3 days. As for the souls that were killed, they didn't even think about them. They were dead, they could be raised later. As for revenge, they just wanted to be buried with the souls. Young Chi-Chi humphed lightly, a satisfied look on her face. With these 3 ghost warlocks, she only needed to find a spirit hunter to help. Chapter 6108. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Black Shirt remembered this and quickly bowed to apologize to Han Jingjing. He then continued, we were going to go back, but after we left, we received a notice that an evil spirit king appeared in this area. This kind of evil spirit king is a treasure in our line of work. It happened to be not far from us, so Hunting Bao and I came back to take a look. There should be quite a few spirit hunters nearby who received the news. It shouldn't be a problem to find one to help. If it were the Black Cloak and Hunting Bao before they went to Evil Soul Town, they might not have gotten themselves involved in this mess. However, after their trip to Evil Soul Town, both their strength and their equipment had greatly improved. Only then did they have the confidence to seek out an opportunity. Han Jingjing wasn't interested in the mysterious evil spirit king at all. She just wanted to gather 6 spirit hunters as soon as possible to complete the spirit extraction and soul lock, and extract Wang Ba from her soul. Within the range of Han Jingjing's divine sense, she hadn't found any other spirit hunters yet. She could only find Black Shirt and Hunting Bao by relying on the divine sense marks left on them, so she didn't have any good ideas at the moment. If only Yang Chi-Chi had captured the black-bearded man alive. Whether he was a spirit hunter or not, he still had soul power waves on him. He could have easily made up the numbers. Thinking of the bearded man, Han Jingjing then remembered that she had brought the 2 white bone daggers. They were originally for Black Shirt and Hunting Bao, so she took them out and handed one to each of them. These are the spoils of war. You 2 can play with them. Han Jingjing gave them the white bone daggers casually, but Black Shirt and Hunting Bao were slightly shocked when they saw it. White bone killing spirit dagger. Miss Han, how did you get it? Could it be that you killed the Dark Devil Man? Black Robe respectfully received the white bone dagger and asked casually. What the hell was a Dark Demonkin? Han Jingjing didn't know. I got these 2 daggers from a black-bearded man. Just now, that guy was killed by Shao Qi in one move. I don't know if he's the Dark Demonkin you mentioned. Han Jingjing pointed at Yang Chi-Chi, and the 3 spirit warlocks looked at Yang Chi-Chi with more and more reverence. Listening to the description and the appearance of the white bone killing spirit blade, they could basically confirm that the Dark Demonkin was done for. In their circle, the Dark Demon Man was quite famous for his ferocity. In a situation where they didn't have a soul body, the 3 of them combined would probably only be able to take 1 slash from him. Hunting Bao solemnly received the white bone killing spirit dagger. After bowing and expressing his thanks, he could not help but guess, it should be him. This guy has disappeared for a year or 2. I didn't expect him to be hiding here. I wonder if the newly appeared evil spirit king has anything to do with him. While they were talking, a person appeared in Han Jingjing's divine sense. Looking at his movement style and equipment, he should also be a spirit hunter. Anyway, 9 out of 10 people who would come to this area at this time were spirit hunters or ghost warlocks. Jingy sis, there's someone in that direction. Help me find him and see if you can help. Han Jingjing pointed in that direction. She and Sun Jingy no longer needed to be courteous with each other. Sun Jingy didn't say much. After a slight nod, she exerted strength in her legs and disappeared in a flash. The 3 spirit warlocks were even more silent. They thought that Yang Chi-Chi's speed was terrifying enough, but this Jingy sis was even faster. They didn't have a chance to escape at all. Black Clothes and Hunting Bao's eyes lit up as well. They felt that the mysterious China was indeed different. Any random girl that came out of it was so strong. The 2 were even more determined to follow Han Jingjing to China to train. Before the 2 could finish their thoughts, Sun Jingy had already run back with a person in her hand. With her strength, if the other party was unprepared, it would be a piece of cake. Shan Ling, why are you here? You came here alone. Black Cloak and Hunting Bow were surprised. It was obvious that the person being carried was someone they knew. Ugh, Black Clothes and Hunting Bow. Who is this beauty? Can you ask her to put me down first? This guy called Sean Ling was a Caucasian in his 30s. He had slightly curly brown hair and a very clean-shaven face. He looked quite handsome. It was just that the scene of a 1.9m tall man being carried by a 1.7m beauty was a little funny, and it made him very embarrassed. So it's someone I know. That makes it even easier. Sun Jingyi smiled and put Sean Ling down. She returned to Han Jingjing's side slowly. Alright, you guys can catch up later. Right now, let's talk about soul extraction and soul lock. Han Jingjing didn't want to wait a second longer. As long as she could get Wang Ba out, anything was fine. Soul extraction and soul lock. Black Clothes, what are you two doing? And aren't those 3 spirit warlocks? Can you guys have fun together now? Sean Ling approached Black Clothes and Hunting Bow and asked Black Clothes softly. At the same time, he kept glancing at Han Jingjing and the others. It's a long story. This is Teacher Han. She's a spirit body, but there's a stronger spirit body trying to steal her soul. It's just that it's temporarily suppressed by some mysterious Eastern secret technique. So, we have to use soul extraction and soul lock to extract that powerful spirit body. Black Clothes also lowered his voice and explained to Sean Ling, Black Clothes, are you done? Can your friend help you? Han Jingjing glanced at Black Clothes. If Sean Ling wasn't willing to help, she wouldn't force him to help for the sake of the two of them. Anyway, there should be other spirit hunters nearby. She just had to find one as soon as possible. Teacher Han, don't worry. Sean Ling will be fine. We'll start right away. Black Clothes was now focused on following Han Jingjing to Huaxia. Of course, he had to take on everything first. After assuring Han Jingjing, he quickly turned back to Sean Ling. Sean Ling, now listen up. There can't be any accidents in this soul extraction and soul lock. Help us this once, and we'll repay this favor in the future. Sean Ling looked hesitant. He had personally experienced how powerful Sun Jingyi was. Since Han Jingjing was able to stand beside her, he thought that she wouldn't be any worse. Chapter 6109. Sean Ling, as long as you can help, it doesn't matter if you fail or not, this bottle of soul power is yours. Hunting Bow was even more straightforward as he took out his soul-gathering bottle. The soul power inside was what they and Han Jingjing had collected in Spectre Town. It was definitely of high quality. Sean Ling was immediately moved. Black Shirt and Hunting Bow's favor aside, just this bottle of soul power was worth more than 10 million euros. There was no reason to reject it regardless of success or failure. Since there wasn't much danger even if they failed, Sean Ling nodded and smiled. We're old friends, there's no need to be so polite. Alright. Then it's a deal. This guy didn't hold back at all. He took out his soul-gathering bottle and transferred the entire bottle of soul power over. After putting it away carefully, he patted his chest in satisfaction. Alright, when do we start? Black Shirt and Hunting Bow looked at Han Jingjing. Of course, this was up to her to decide. With Sun Jingyi and Yang Qiqi here, they could do it anytime and anywhere. There's no time to lose, let's start now. Do you have any other restrictions? Han Jingjing didn't want to wait any longer. If it was possible here, then they'd do it here. There's no restriction, here is fine too. Black Shirt replied quickly as he directed the 3 ghost warlocks to their respective positions. Hunting Bow and Sean Ling didn't need to be told, they were already ready. Black Robes was the last to land. The 6 of them surrounded Han Jingjing and focused their minds. A faint white light began to shine from their bodies, and faint soul force undulations began to spread out from beneath their feet. First, they formed a circle with the 6 of them standing at one point of the circle. When the circle formed by the soul power stabilized, a straight line extended from each person's feet, connecting them to the person on their right. Thus, the 2 overlapping equilateral triangles formed a perfect hexagram. Han Jingjing was in the center of the hexagram. Her primordial spirit body was slightly unstable, as if it could return to its primordial spirit state at any time. This situation had never happened before. It was clearly caused by the 6 people's soul extraction and soul lock. Europe really does have something special about them. These spirit hunters should be low-level cultivators. I wonder if their high-level cultivators are more powerful. If there's a chance, I should ask around. The corners of Han Jingjing's mouth curled up slightly. She did not forcibly control the condensation of her essence soul body. Instead, she directly transformed into her essence soul state. In this state, it would be easier for Wang Ba to fuse with it. However, it was also because of this that it would be easier to strip Wang Ba's primordial spirit. Noticing that Han Jingjing had transformed into her primordial spirit state, Black Shirt and the other 5 widened their eyes at the same time. They let out a low shout in unison, and the undulations of their soul power immediately increased sharply. Ha ha ha, little girl, you finally can't suppress me anymore, right? Obediently let me fuse with you, and you'll have a share of the glory when I rampage through the world in the future. Wang Ba noticed the change in Han Jingjing's state. He laughed maniacally and started to fuse again. Although he was not in the form of a particle ball, he could still fuse in the form of a primordial spirit. After all, a part of it had been completely fused. However, Wang Ba soon sensed that something was wrong. His primordial spirit was being pulled by a strange force. Not only was it unable to fuse with Han Jingjing's primordial spirit, but it was also being pulled away. Not only that, but the small part of the fused primordial spirit was also going through the same process. What's going on? What did you do? Wang Ba, who had been suppressed, did not know what was happening in the outside world. Therefore, he did not notice the hexagram formed by Black Shirt and the soul extracting and soul locking technique. Han Jingjing was relieved. Black Robe's soul extracting and soul locking was indeed effective. No matter what, Wang Ba's primordial spirit had started to separate from her primordial spirit. Although it was a little slow, she was satisfied as long as there was progress. Black Shirt and the other 5 looked extremely solemn. Although they knew how to extract and lock one's soul, no one would usually use it. Therefore, no one was confident that it would succeed. It seemed to be working now, but Black Shirt and the others knew that the soul that was trying to seize Han Jingjing's soul was really powerful beyond their imagination. It was just the beginning, and they were almost at their limit. They did not know how long they could last. Han Jingjing's divine sense had been paying close attention to their situation. After the soul power fluctuation of the hexagram reached a peak, it began to struggle and slowly descend. Although Black Shirt and the others tried their best to pull it higher, the fluctuation of their soul power continued to descend steadily. It looks like Black Cloak and Hunting Bow's strength is limited. They can't maintain this soul extracting and soul locking hexagram. I can't completely rely on them. Han Jingjing was an intelligent person. With just a thought, she knew what she needed to do. A divine sense pill fire started burning in Han Jingjing's primordial spirit. It landed mercilessly on the small part of Wang Ba and Han Jingjing's primordial spirit that had fused completely. Are you crazy? Are you courting death? Wang Ba immediately screamed. The damage of the alchemic fire to the primordial spirit was only second to that of lightning, and it was only slightly weaker. Let alone Wang Ba, even Han Jingjing would have to suffer fatal damage from such an attack. As it was a primordial spirit that had fused, Han Jingjing was not immune to the divine sense pill fire at all. If she wanted to hurt Wang Ba, she had to hurt herself. Such a sudden self-destructive attack caught Wang Ba, who was focused on resisting the soul extracting and soul locking, off guard. He subconsciously wanted to stay away from the soul alchemy fire, so the soul extracting and soul locking of Black Robe and the others easily extracted more than half of him. The 6 of them, who were already at their limits, suddenly recovered and felt that they could continue. Han Jingjing's primordial spirit was also injured by the divine sense pill fire. Her primordial spirit became much more illusory and transparent. However, it was all worth it. Although the divine sense pill fire did not completely destroy their primordial spirits, it was still 70 to 80% destroyed. Wang Ba's desperate escape caused the last bit of connection to be completely severed. In other words, the remaining small part of the primordial spirit was completely controlled by Han Jingjing. After a period of fusion, it would become Han Jingjing's primordial spirit and have nothing to do with Wang Ba anymore. Chapter 61:10. Wang Ba, who had suffered a great loss, was heartbroken. He was already severely injured. Otherwise, he would not have tried to devour Han Jingjing's primordial spirit. Now that he was injured again, if he could not possess a body, his broken primordial spirit would not exist for long. It would dissipate on its own soon. However, this was not what shocked him the most. When his spirit was forcibly separated from Han Jingjing's spirit, he realized that he could not leave the center of the hexagram formed by the soul power. If he could move, he would have gone to possess a body even if his strength would be greatly reduced. It was much better than having his spirit dissipate. Moreover, he had the creation battle art. No matter how weak his body was, there was always a chance for him to return to his peak. Putting aside Wang Ba's predicament, Han Jingjing felt her primordial spirit becoming weak, but at the same time, she felt indescribably relaxed. The adventure this time could be said to be a great success. At least she drove that annoying bastard out of her primordial spirit. Hei Yi and the other 5 heaved a sigh of relief. The most difficult part of soul extraction and soul locking was extracting the spirit. After completing the soul locking, it was definitely a lot easier. At least now that Wang Ba was restrained, the pressure on the 6 of them was almost non-existent. Teacher Han, should we just kill this spirit to collect the soul power or what? Hei Yi's complexion was much better now. He could barely squeeze out a smile and asked Han Jingjing respectfully. Han Jingjing was slightly startled. Of course, killing Wang Ba was not a problem, but this bastard's spirit was extremely powerful. At his peak, he was definitely far stronger than the Xianqing or even the Earth creation stage. Wouldn't it be a waste to just kill him? Such a powerful primordial spirit was not something those low-level evil spirits could compare with. Black Robe and the rest's soul-gathering bottles were almost full, and only the hunting boughs bottle had just been emptied. Even if they had a few hundred empty soul-gathering bottles, they would not be able to contain the soul power of Wang Ba's primordial spirit after it dissipated. Teacher Han, if you're willing, we can help you subdue this soul body and make it your dedicated soul puppet. After the 3 ghost warlocks exchanged a meaningful glance, one of them spoke. After witnessing Yang Qiqi and Sun Jingyi's strength, the 3 of them had lost all courage to fight back. All they wanted now was to perform well and get the antidote, staying alive. Controlling souls and cultivating them into evil spirits as fighters was what the evil spirit warlocks were best at. Although they did not know that Wang Ba's primordial spirit was different from his soul, to Han Jingjing, as long as there was such a method, she would give it a try. What should I do? Han Jingjing pondered for a while and felt a little tempted. Completely eliminating Wang Ba would at most be satisfying, but if she could subdue him, she might be able to help brother Lin Yi a lot. The ghost warlock was secretly delighted. As long as Han Jingjing was satisfied, then the lives of the 3 of them would be more secure. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately explained in detail the method of controlling soul bodies. In fact, it would be easier for them to control Wang Ba if they helped. If Yang Qiqi and Sun Jingyi weren't here, they might have suggested this. However, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, they could not make any mistakes, in case they misunderstood that they were trying to control Han Jingjing. After all, she was a soul body. After listening to the explanation carefully, Han Jingjing thought about it for a while and roughly understood how to control the primordial spirit. Speaking of which, she was really lucky. The most crucial step to turn Wang Ba into her puppet was to get a strand of his primordial spirit that he willingly gave out. Only then could she completely kill the puppet with a single thought. Usually, Han Jingjing would not be able to do this given the difference in the strength of their primordial spirits. The three ghost warlocks' methods were only used to deal with low-level souls. They had no effect on Wang Ba's primordial spirit. However, in order to fuse with Han Jingjing, Wang Ba took the initiative to fuse with her primordial spirit, so that Han Jingjing could skip the most difficult step. After Han Jingjing's elixir mind fire burned most of the fused primordial spirit, the remaining fused primordial spirit still contained Wang Ba's primordial spirit. It was suitable to be used as the control hub for the primordial spirit puppet. How dare you? You ants, how dare you control me? I'll teach you a lesson. After hearing the ghost warlock's words, Wang Ba could not help but panic. Although the main body of his primordial spirit had lost contact with the fused primordial spirit, he could still feel the traces left behind. In other words, the probability of Han Jingjing controlling him was very high. If he could re-establish contact with that part of the primordial spirit, or even retrieve the remaining fused primordial spirit, Wang Ba felt that he could turn Han Jingjing into his primordial spirit puppet. Because of that, he panicked even more. Hold on, don't let this soul break free. Hei Yi shouted in a low voice. The rest of them immediately calmed down and increased the output of their soul power, sealing the struggling Wang Ba once again. A dignified primordial spirit at the quasi-sea splitting stage had actually fallen into such a state. He was trapped by a few low-level guys. Thinking about it, Wang Ba felt that he was so pitiful. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. When they separated Wang Ba previously, Hei Yi and the others had already reached their limit. Han Jingjing's alchemic fire gave them a chance to catch their breath. Now that it was just a soul lock, there was no way for Wang Ba to break free in such a weak state. Very soon, Han Jingjing had mastered the method to control Wang Ba and turn him into her puppet. Because she did not need to extract Wang Ba's primordial spirit, she directly refined the fused primordial spirit into a control hub. After a short while, Wang Ba, who had been cursing, suddenly quietened down. He felt that he had re-established a connection with the fused primordial spirit that he had lost. However, this connection was not the same as before, where the main body was in charge. Instead, it was the complete opposite. His primordial spirit was completely controlled by this connection, and his life was in the hands of the other party. Han Jingjing transformed back into her primordial spirit state. She looked at Wang Ba with clear eyes and said with a faint smile, "Wang Ba, from now on, you're my primordial spirit puppet. You have to listen to me. Do you understand?" Wang Ba felt extremely aggrieved. He knew that he was powerless to struggle and his life was in the other party's control. He could only bow his head for now and think of a way to break free in the future. Chapter 61:11. Han Jingjing heaved a sigh of relief. She could sense that Wang Ba did not surrender to her wholeheartedly. However, it did not matter. She could decide his life and death with a single thought, so she was not afraid of him stirring up trouble. After Wang Ba finished speaking, he kept thinking. Han Jingjing had heard what the evil spirit warlock said, and so had he. Han Jingjing did have the absolute control now, but the wisp of spirit she used to refine the control hub also contained her own spirit. In other words, if Wang Ba had the chance to snatch the spirit control hub that Han Jingjing had refined, not only could he get rid of the control, but he could also control Han Jingjing in an instant. Wang Ba sneered to himself. You want to control me? Fine, I'll pretend to be weak for now. When I get the chance, I'll let you know that I'm not that easy to bully. Han Jingjing nodded at Black Shirt and Hunting Bow. That's enough. This guy is under my control. You guys can remove the hexagram. Only then did black-clothed and hunting Bao heave a sigh of relief. The two of them had definitely contributed greatly to the success of this matter. If they were to suggest that they follow Han Jingjing to the mysterious east to train, they would have a higher chance of success. After the hexagram disappeared, Wang Ba regained the ability to move his primordial spirit. However, he would not act rashly to take back the control hub of his primordial spirit. He had to wait for Han Jingjing to completely trust him and let her guard down before he made his move. If he acted rashly now, he would be done for. Wang Ba was not that stupid. Everyone knew that Han Jingjing was most worried about him at the moment. Master, my spirit is seriously injured. If I don't have a physical body, I'll disappear very soon. Look, I'm your personal property now. If I disappear just like that, won't you lose it for nothing? Although the bodies of the 6 guys here are like trash, I can still live in them for the time being. Can I choose one to possess? Wang Ba's spirit smiled obsequiously. He glanced at Black Shirt and the others maliciously as he spoke. This guy's primordial spirit was indeed more illusory, and it was worlds apart from Han Jingjing's. If his condition was half as good as Han Jingjing's, the plan to fuse primordial spirits would have been realized long ago. Hei Yi and the rest did not quite understand Wang Ba's words, but they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines from his sinister gaze. They instinctively wanted to stay away from him. Especially the 3 evil spirit warlocks. Although they had helped Han Jingjing control Wang Ba, they were the ones with the lowest status here. Needless to say, they would be the ones to suffer any misfortune. If that's the case, I'd like to try and turn you into a real puppet after you take over my body. Han Jingjing glanced sideways at Wang Ba and said with a faint smile. Wang Ba immediately withdrew his gaze and continued to bow and smile apologetically. I was just joking, just joking. I know Master has a good plan for my dissipating primordial spirit. I will definitely follow Master's instructions to the letter. Naughty girl. You're not even willing to give me the bodies of a few trash. When I regain control of my primordial spirit, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be in agony. Wang Ba grumbled in his heart, but his expression became more respectful. At this moment, he did not dare to offend Han Jingjing at all. Ignoring Wang Ba, Han Jingjing turned around and beckoned to the 3 ghost warlocks. The 3 guys did not know what Han Jingjing was thinking, but they did not dare to reject her. They looked at each other anxiously and slowly walked to her. Take out the soul-gathering bottles from your bodies. Han Jingjing stretched out her hand calmly. She did not have a good impression of these guys who raised evil spirits. It was good enough that she could spare their lives. She did not feel any psychological pressure taking away a few soul-gathering bottles. The 3 evil spirit warlocks secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the soul-gathering bottles were precious, they were nothing compared to their lives. They would still feel the pinch, but they took out the soul-gathering bottles faster than the other. Han Jingjing grabbed 3 soul-gathering bottles casually. They were only half filled with soul power, which was only slightly more than 1 bottle in total. It was far from enough to heal Wang Ba's primordial spirit, but it was better than nothing at most. Take these soul power, and it can control the injury of your primordial spirit. Since Han Jingjing had subdued Wang Ba, she would not let him die just like that. She wanted to go back to Huaxia, but it seemed like she had to stay here for a while. She should be able to collect a lot of soul power after killing the evil spirit king. Wang Ba did not know what soul power was, but since Han Jingjing asked him to take it, he did not dare to object. After thanking her with a flattering smile, he carefully took the 3 soul-gathering bottles, opened them, and poured them into his mouth. As soon as the soul power entered his mouth, it was immediately converted into a healing power for his primordial spirit. Although it did not have an obvious effect due to the small amount, the feeling still made Wang Ba's eyes light up. This was good stuff. If he had enough of it, it was entirely possible for him to return to his peak, let alone heal his primordial spirit. Master, what's this? It's really helpful for my primordial spirit, but there's too little of it. Where can I find more? Wang Ba returned the 3 soul-gathering bottles to Han Jingjing respectfully, but he subconsciously glanced at Shan Ling and Black Shirt. After all, they were powerful primordial spirits. Although they were weak, at such a close distance, it was easy for him to confirm that the 2 scumbags had more soul power than the 3 bottles combined. This is the remaining pure soul power after a soul dissipates. I'll find a way to collect more to treat your injury. Han Jingjing smiled faintly and kept the 3 soul-gathering bottles. She had made a device to collect free soul power between heaven and earth previously, but Lin Yi kept it in the space in the jade pendant. Now that she had the 3 soul-gathering bottles, she could totally make another device. It would not be so troublesome if she could find the evil spirit king. It would definitely be enough to stabilize Wang Ba's primordial spirit. When she returned to Heaven Stage Island, she would hand him over to brother Lin Yi. There would be better arrangements then, right? Thank you, master. Shall we go now? Wang Ba glanced at Shan Ling and Black Shirt regretfully. He knew that Han Jingjing would not touch the soul-gathering bottles in their hands, so he could only sigh inwardly. Black Shirt had been willing to pay any price to follow Han Jingjing. Now was the time to show off. Seeing that Wang Ba needed soul power, he immediately took out his soul-gathering bottle and presented it to Han Jingjing with both hands. Chapter 61:12. Hunting Bao turned to look at Shan Ling. If he had known that Han Jingjing would need soul power later, he would have changed his offer. Shan Ling, can you sell your soul power to me? 10% higher than the market price, how about that? Hunting Bao thought quickly and offered a tempting offer. When spirit hunters borrowed soul power from one another, they usually paid around 80% of the market price. It was almost impossible for them to pay 10% more than the market price like what Hunting Bao did. Shan Ling hesitated for a moment. He could see that this was a good opportunity to raise the price, but Han Jingjing and the others were so powerful. Only a fool would offend them for a little money. No need, I'll give you my soul power according to the rules. We're all friends, we all have our moments. Shan Ling waved his hand and took out 2 soul-gathering bottles from his waist pouch. One was full of soul power that Hunting Bao had transferred, and the other was about 70% full. Thank you, Hei Yi, and I owe you one. Hunting Bao smiled, took out 2 soul-gathering bottles, and gave them to Han Jingjing respectfully. Then, he went to discuss the transfer with Shan Ling. Han Jingjing would not be polite with Hei Yi and Hunting Bao. If they did not take it out, she would not ask for it. Since they were willing to take it out, she had no qualms about taking it out. Wang Ba happily consumed the soul power in the 3 soul-gathering bottles. The amount this time was almost twice as much as the last time, so the effect was more obvious. It did stop his primordial spirit from dispersing for the time being. Han Jingjing returned the 3 empty soul-gathering bottles to them. After thinking for a while, she asked Hei Yi, what's the situation with the evil spirit king? Do you know where it is now? Is Teacher Han going to chase after the evil spirit king? Hei Yi was secretly excited. With Han Jingjing's strength, dealing with the evil spirit king would be a piece of cake. If they followed her, they might get more benefits than going to Evil Spirit Town. Teacher Han, regarding the evil spirit monarch situation, those few evil spirit warlocks know more than us. Hunting Bao glared at Black Robe in dissatisfaction. What was wrong with this fellow? He actually didn't answer Teacher Han's question. This had already happened once before, and now he's doing it again. Could it be that he really wants to squander all the goodwill that he's worked so hard to earn? Black Shirt immediately understood. He smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Han Jingjing didn't care. She smiled and turned to the 3 ghost warlocks. Tell me everything you know. As long as it's proven, I'll ask her to cure you. Han Jingjing pointed at Chi Chi, who was standing there coolly. The eyes of the leading ghost warlock lit up, and he hurriedly led the other two to bow and express his thanks. Then, he sorted out his words and explained everything he knew. In fact, this evil spirit king isn't naturally produced, but rather artificially raised. However, some problems occurred during the raising process, and after it escaped, it became an ownerless evil spirit king. Therefore, after we evil spirit warlocks heard the news, we all wanted to tame this evil spirit king. If we succeed, then our strength will increase by a large margin. In addition to us ghost warlocks, the spirit hunters also received the news. They and us ghost warlocks are enemies. Therefore, they want to eliminate the evil spirit king before we tame it. In addition to the huge amount of soul power, they can also use the evil spirit king's death to get a boost in strength. In addition, I heard that the original breeder of the evil spirit king has already tracked it down and wants to retrieve the evil spirit king. The ghost warlock spoke quite clearly. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing wasn't very interested in these things. Who was the original breeder? Where is the evil spirit king now? Han Jingjing interrupted the ghost warlock, and directly threw the questions she needed to know to him. I heard that the breeder is a very mysterious organization. The specific information isn't clear, but according to rumors, it should be a very powerful organization. Whether it is Europe or Asia, or even North and South America, there are traces of this mysterious organization. As for the evil spirit king, its current location isn't clear, but we can feel that it hasn't left this area. The ghost warlock maintained a respectful smile, and answered Han Jingjing without the slightest stuttering. Han Jingjing and Sun Jingyi looked at each other. When they heard about a mysterious organization, the two of them would subconsciously associate it with the center. Moreover, a strange thing like the evil spirit king was exactly what the center would be interested in. But the center's seabed base had already been destroyed. Could it be that there were other bases in Europe? Perhaps they were different branches. After all, no matter how powerful the evil spirit king was, it still couldn't compare to the biochemical cultivators they mass-produced. Han Jingjing shook her head slightly. Whether that mysterious organization was the center or not, in any case, it had no effect on them, so there was no need to pay attention to it for the time being. Evil spirit kings and the like, whether it was ordinary alchemy fire or spirit sense alchemy fire, they could be steadily taken care of. China's alchemists were definitely the natural nemesis of such existences. Are you sure you can find this evil spirit king? Han Jingjing turned around, and calmly looked at the three ghost warlocks. What she needed was the evil spirit king's enormous soul power. As for the rest, it didn't matter. Not very sure, but we can try. The leading ghost warlock was very cautious. He didn't dare to guarantee, but he also didn't dare to completely deny it. Who knew what would happen to the three of them after they lost their value? Then let's go. I need you to help me find that evil spirit king. Han Jingjing didn't want to waste time. After a simple discussion with Sun Jingyi and Yang Qiqi, she urged the ghost warlock to lead the way. In terms of tracking evil spirits, spirit hunters also had extremely strong methods, but compared to ghost warlocks, they were still a notch inferior. Therefore, Black Shirt, Hunting Bow, and the rest had no objections. They let the three ghost warlocks walk in front, while they followed behind Han Jingjing. The group was clearly divided into three groups, with the three ghost warlocks at the front, Han Jingjing, the three girls, and Wang Ba in the middle, and Black Shirt and the other two spirit hunters at the back, with a distance of about 2 meters between each other. Such a combination was enough to deter other spirit hunters or ghost warlocks in the forest, enough to ensure that no one would dare to provoke this group, and it also saved them a lot of trouble. After walking for more than an hour, the ghost warlocks seemed to have found the feeling, and increased their speed. They no longer changed their direction frequently, but after locking on, they advanced in a straight line. Chapter 61:13. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in this direction. The leader of the ghost warlocks turned around and nodded respectfully. He had an ancient compass-like item in his hand. There was a faint undulation of soul power on it. It was probably used to track the Ghost King. Han Jingjing glanced at the compass indifferently. She had no intention of coming over to take a look. As long as she knew the theory behind it, she could make more and better ones at any time. Jingyi sis, Chi-Chi, we need to speed up. Bring them along so that the Ghost King doesn't get away and wastes more time. Han Jingjing really didn't want to waste time in this forest. These spirit hunters and ghost warlocks were much faster and more durable than normal people, but they were still slow. Who knew how long it would take if they kept running like this? Sun Jingyi and Yang Chi-Chi didn't have any objections. They nodded and started assigning people. The leader of the ghost warlocks had to lead the way, so he and Lightning were carried by Sun Jingyi at the front. Han Jingjing carried Black Shirt and the Bow in the middle. Young Chi-Chi brought the other two ghost warlocks at the back. To be honest, young Chi-Chi didn't really like these two ghost warlocks. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still useful to Han Jingjing, she would have thrown them away. As Han Jingjing's sole puppet, Wang Ba had to fight for a chance to perform. He followed closely and took Black Shirt from Han Jingjing's hands. Bringing Black Shirt wasn't much of a burden to him. Plus, Black Shirt took out her soul power for him to consume. Wang Ba had a good impression of her. After the adjustment, the group's speed increased by more than 10 times. Only young Chi-Chi seemed to be struggling. In the end, Han Jingjing ordered Wang Ba to bring the other two ghost warlocks as well. The weight of 3 people made the heavily injured Wang Ba a little tired. He had a bitter expression on his face. It was a pity that Han Jingjing had a clear estimation of his limits and pretended not to see it. After advancing for another 3 minutes or so, Han Jingjing finally found traces of the evil Spirit King within the range of her divine sense. At this moment, it was being besieged by 5 people. These 5 people were neither spirit hunters nor evil spirit warlocks. Looking at their uniform, they were most likely the people of the mysterious organization that raised the evil Spirit King. Normally, when a breeder was dealing with an artificially raised vile Spirit King, they would definitely have a final method of control, just like a backdoor program. As long as they found it, they could easily retrieve it, but this vile Spirit King that had gone out of control was obviously not one of them. The 5 of them had no way of affecting the vile Spirit King at all. Although they were fighting fiercely, they were already surrounded by danger, and there was no telling when they would be killed. Just as Han Jingjing was thinking that, one of them shuddered and collapsed to the ground. It looked like he was dead. The 5-man formation, which was already in a precarious position, was instantly torn apart by the evil Spirit King. In the time it took for a breath, the remaining 4 were dead one after another. The soul power of these 5 fellows did not dissipate, and was directly absorbed by the vile Spirit King. The eerie aura on its body became a little thicker. Han Jingjing's expression was calm, but she was very shocked in her heart. Originally, she did not take this vile Spirit King seriously, but after seeing it now, in terms of strength, it was still not enough for her to take it seriously. However, this vile Spirit King's growth rate made Han Jingjing a little worried. The evil spirits in the vile spirit town were at most about the same as the Earth Stage warriors in China. Therefore, in Han Jingjing's estimation, something like the vile Spirit King would at most be able to contend against a Heaven Stage warrior. Only now did Han Jingjing understand how wrong she was. Perhaps the original vile Spirit King did indeed have this strength, but the most terrifying thing about this thing was its growth rate, and not how powerful it was at the beginning. For example, the vile Spirit King that had absorbed the soul power of 5 people had stepped into the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm from the power of the Foundation Establishment perfected realm right under Han Jingjing's eyes. The secular world did not lack people, and there was really as much soul power as one wanted. If this vile Spirit King was left alone, it was really impossible to predict what kind of monster it would eventually grow into. If that mysterious organization was really the center, then the vile spirit king that they had researched would indeed not be inferior to a biochemical cultivator, and might even be more powerful in the later stages. When the vile spirit king had completely absorbed the soul power of the 5 people, Han Jingjing and the rest finally came face to face with it. Including the spirit hunters and ghost warlocks in black, the moment they landed, they got into an attacking stance. With so many people appearing at once, the vile spirit king did not have the slightest fear. Instead, it looked very happy. It probably felt that with the food that was delivered to its doorstep, it would become a little more powerful. Master, leave such a small character to me. It will be straightforward and not sloppy. Wang Ba's eyes lit up. The strength of the vile spirit king was not enough to pose a threat to him now, but absorbing and fusing with such an vile spirit king would definitely make his injuries recover a lot. Although he did not have the ability to devour primordial spirit like Lin Yi, he could use the fusion method that he had learned in the wormhole space. After all, it was just a small little vile spirit king in the early stage of the golden elixir realm. It would not be able to resist at all. Oh, go ahead then. Han Jingjing waved her hand indifferently. She was looking for the vile spirit king to treat Wang Ba's injuries. Since he had volunteered himself, she would see how her primordial spirit puppet performed. Wang Ba was instantly overjoyed when he got Han Jingjing's approval. He could not miss any opportunity to recover his strength. When Han Jingjing was careless, he could kill it with one strike and snatch the control hub of the primordial spirit. The evil spirit king itself was not low in intelligence, but it was a pity that things that were artificially raised would always have some innate flaws. Even though it felt that the people in front of it were a bit dangerous, it did not think of hurriedly running away. Instead, it kept thinking about how much benefit and improvement it would receive after killing these people. Wang Ba laughed weirdly and pounced forward. The evil spirit king also became excited. If these people swarmed at him, with its simple intelligence, it might hesitate to avoid them. However, since it was only Wang Ba, there was nothing to worry about. It was going to kill them all. Chapter 61:14. Han Jingjing nodded slightly. Wang Ba did have some tricks up his sleeves. He would be able to help Lin Yi big brother a lot after he recovered. Thinking about this, she felt that staying in the common world wasn't a waste. Black Shirt, Hunting Bao, and the rest were nervous at first, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Ba had already suppressed the evil spirit king. They could not react in time. It was a powerful evil spirit king, and judging from its aura, it was definitely a super evil spirit king that had evolved many times. Yet, it could not even survive one blow from Wang Ba. They felt chills running down their spines when they thought about how they had used soul extracting and soul locking to deal with such a powerful being. They then thought, wouldn't Han Jingjing, who could fight Wang Ba and even control him in the end, be even more powerful? Putting aside the fact that Black Shirt and the rest admired Han Jingjing even more, Wang Ba had completely released his primordial spirit. It turned into a faint layer of mist and enveloped the evil spirit king. He then began the forceful integration. The evil spirit king, who could not fight back at all, let out a shrill shriek, but it could not break free from Wang Ba's primordial spirit. It could only watch as its soul power was assimilated by Wang Ba. In essence, there was a difference between integration and devouring. However, Wang Ba slowly realized that his primordial spirit had an additional devouring ability during the integration process. It was an ability that he had obtained from the evil spirit king that he had integrated with. Although it was of a low level, it was a skill with great potential for growth. After comparing it carefully, Wang Ba believed that his integration and devouring ability might be more powerful than the devouring ability of the guy he had met in the past. He could not help but feel excited. If he had the chance to meet the guy again in the future, he would definitely let him have a taste of integration and devouring. Wang Ba was in a great mood after accidentally obtaining a super skill. To hide the secret, he continued to integrate the evil spirit king's soul power while chuckling weirdly. He tried to divert everyone's attention by talking nonsense so that Han Jingjing would not notice anything. It was a trump card for him to regain control of the evil spirit king in the future, so he must not expose it. Han Jingjing really did not notice what Wang Ba was thinking. She only saw that Wang Ba's injury was getting better. Although it was impossible for him to recover in a short time, at least it was stabilized. It would not cause his primordial spirit to collapse in a short time, which was actually enough. Black clothes, hunting bow, take out the soul-gathering bottle and use it to collect soul power. Although that fellow is wrapped up quite tightly, there is still a lot of soul power leaking out. Don't waste it. Han Jingjing turned around and called out to the others. She also took out the 3 soul-gathering bottles she got from the ghost warlock and began to collect soul power. The evil spirit king's soul power base was indeed astonishing. To be able to rise to such a level, it definitely had to devour thousands of souls to achieve it. As such, although the soul power it released wasn't much, it was more than enough to fill the soul-gathering bottles. Naturally, Black Clothes and Hunting Bow did not stand on ceremony. After hesitating for a while, Flash also took out his soul-gathering bottle and joined in the collection of soul power. Only the 3 ghost warlocks had bitter looks on their faces. Having lost the soul-gathering bottles, they could only watch from the side. Wang Ba did not care about the soul power that was leaking out. Compared to the total soul power of the evil spirit king, this was just a drop in the bucket. When he did not have any soul power, he was very interested in it. Now, whoever wanted it could have it. When the few of them had collected all the soul-gathering bottles, Wang Ba's fusion with the evil spirit king was almost complete. The powerful evil spirit king had completely disappeared, and Wang Ba's primordial spirit seemed to be in a much better condition. His strength had also recovered. Master, thank you for giving me a chance. I feel much better now. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will definitely do it properly for you. Wang Ba flew to Han Jingjing's side and expressed his gratitude respectfully. In fact, at that moment, he was wondering if he should suddenly attack. Although his strength had not recovered, the devour skill that he had just obtained made him restless. However, after thinking about it again and again, Wang Ba suppressed his desire. Just as he had thought, Han Jingjing would definitely be very wary of him at this stage. Any slight movement could directly wipe out his primordial spirit. If he wanted to get rid of her control, it was definitely not a good time. It was better to continue to endure and recover his strength while gaining Han Jingjing's trust. In the end, he would kill Han Jingjing in one fell swoop. In a flash, Wang Ba had already sorted out the pros and cons of this matter. Hence, he continued to put on a flattering smile and said, "Master, I think there seems to be some good stuff in this forest. Do you want me to help you search for it? Maybe we'll find something good." This was completely nonsense. Wang Ba was just trying to show his loyalty and divert Han Jingjing's attention. If he really went to search, he might be able to find a few evil spirits to replenish his primordial spirit. However, he did not believe that he would be able to find any treasures. "I'm not interested. You'll be fine for now, so come back to Huaxia with me. We'll talk about other things when we get there." Han Jingjing rejected him decisively. She had achieved her main goal of coming here, and she had even gotten herself a lackey. Now, she just wanted to return to Heavenly Island to see her big brother Lin Yi as soon as possible. She did not have the time to play some treasure hunting game with Wang Ba. If she had the time, she might as well study wormholes. "Ms. Han, we'd like to go to Huaxia with you. I hope you can give us a chance." Black Shirt and Hunting Bow looked at each other and bowed at the same time. This might be their last chance. If Han Jingjing didn't agree, they didn't think they would ever see her again. They could only hope that she wouldn't continue to reject them since they had helped her a lot this time. Han Jingjing was indeed hesitant. She was about to return to Heavenly Island, so she definitely could not let the two of them follow her. However, she did owe them a big favor this time. If she did not return it, she would feel bad. Sun Jingyi knew what the two of them were thinking and understood Han Jingjing's dilemma. Hence, she smiled and said, "Do you two want to cultivate with Jingjing? If that's the case, you found the wrong person. Although Jingjing is very powerful, she's definitely not good at fighting. If you just want to become stronger, I can think of a way for you." Chapter 61:15. Miss Jingyi, are you accepting us as disciples on behalf of Miss Han? Hunting Bao asked expectantly as he looked at Sun Jingyi. One had to admit that these Europeans were quite direct. They were just thinking about becoming Han Jingjing's disciple, and now they were going to Sun Jingyi. This was a huge taboo in Huaxia, but it wasn't that big a deal in Europe. Han Jingjing didn't mind, and was actually happy that Sun Jingyi could help her return the favor. "I'm not a fighter, and you'd be blind to ask me to teach you guys how to get stronger. Young Chi-Chi, on the other hand, is a strong fighter, but her path isn't suitable for you guys. If you trust me, I can recommend a place for you." Sun Jingyi spoke unhurriedly, and Hei Yi and Hunting Bao nodded repeatedly, not sure if they really agreed with her or not. "Are you taking us to Huaxia, Miss Jingyi?" Black Clothes couldn't help but ask. The mysterious Huaxia had become a holy land for him and Hunting Bao. It was as if going to Huaxia would change them completely. "You guys don't need to go to Huaxia to train. You know the Buffon family in Europe, right? Their young master, Kerman Buffon, is currently training in the combat aspect of our training system. If you guys are willing, you can go train with him. It'll be much better than following us. After you guys finish your basic training, you can come find us in Huaxia with him. What do you think?" Sun Jingyi really gave a good solution, and now it was up to Black Clothes and Hunting Bao to agree. Black Clothes and Hunting Bao looked at each other, and after communicating with their eyes, they nodded at the same time and said solemnly, "All right. We'll train our basics in Europe first, and when we're done, we'll come find you two for the next step of training. But at that time, I hope that you two can personally teach us. When you guys really start training, you'll know that I'm telling the truth. We're not good at fighting, and you guys might even hate us when we ask you to follow us." Jingyi teased with a smile. The matter was settled, and she'd contact Kerman later to settle the two of them down. Flash wanted to interrupt. After seeing the power of Han Jingjing and the others, he had become similar to black-clothed huntsmen. However, they were not close enough to each other, so he did not take the initiative to help. Therefore, he felt embarrassed for a while. Han Jingjing and Sun Jingyi naturally wouldn't rush to ask him if he wanted to join them. If he took the initiative to ask, they might let him bask in the limelight for the sake of Black Shirt and Hunting Bao. Since he didn't say anything, they could only miss the opportunity. Young Chi-Chi took out a couple of pills and gave them to the three, saying that it was an antidote. She sent them away after they took it with 1,000 thanks. In actuality, the pills she gave them weren't poison in the first place, it was just some bug-repellent stuff. She just needed to crush one and sprinkle it around her when they rested, and it would work. Staying in the forest for more than a year made things a lot more convenient with this stuff. It was a little poisonous, but it wouldn't kill them. Even the chance of diarrhea was small. The three spirits were completely fooled by young Chi-Chi. Leaving Black Clothes and Hunting Bao to meet up with Kerman, the two sides parted ways. Han Jingjing, Sun Jingyi, and young Chi-Chi, with Wang Ba in tow, left Black Clothes' group far behind in a breath's time. It didn't take long for them to leave the forest area. After returning to Huaxia, Han Jingjing was in a hurry to get back to Sky Island. She didn't go back to the villa and said goodbye to Sun Jingyi and young Chi-Chi at the airport. "Jingyi sis, Xiao Qi, I told you last time that I'd be going back soon, but it dragged on for so many days. Lin Ebro must be really anxious at Sky Island, so I need to get back as soon as possible. Thank you for your help this time. Once we understand the theory behind the wormhole, it'll be much easier for us to travel between Sky Island and the common world. We'll definitely see each other more often then. Han Jingjing took the initiative to hold Sun Jingyi and Yang Qiqi's hands, a gentle smile on her face. The three of them had grown closer after this trip to Europe. Jingjing, there's no need for thanks between us. It's true that we can't go to the center wormhole, but with Dofing there, I don't think they'd dare do anything to you. You have to get back to Sky Island safely, okay? Write us a letter as soon as you get back, okay? Sun Jingyi was still a little worried. It wasn't the first time that Han Jingjing had come back to Sky Island, but not once did it go smoothly. She hoped that nothing would go wrong this time. Han Jingjing didn't go back to Sky Island for a day, and Lin Yi was worried. They were worried as well. I know, don't worry, Jingyi sis. It'll be fine this time. Han Jingjing smiled. Using the wormhole was actually quite safe, as long as they didn't meet another soul like Wang Ba blocking their way. When you see Yi bro, you have to tell him that Xiaoqi misses him a lot. Tell him to come back and see me when he has the chance. Yang Qiqi shook Han Jingjing's arm, not forgetting to pass on the message to Lin Yi. This time, when Lin Yi came back, she was playing hide and seek with that black man in the forest. Just thinking about it pissed her off. What dark fiend? That bastard should be used to sharpen a knife. No problem, Lin Yi bro's soul is very strong. He'll have more chances to go back and forth through the wormhole in the future. Don't worry, he'll come back and see you for sure. I know that he misses you a lot, too. You don't know how regretful he is that he couldn't see you this time. Han Jingjing patted the back of Yang Qiqi's hand and waved goodbye. Have a safe trip. Send my regards to everyone on Sky Island. Sun Jingyi and Yang Qiqi suppressed the reluctance in their hearts and sent Han Jingjing off with a smile. I'm leaving. Take care, I believe that we'll meet again soon. Han Jingjing said one last sentence and turned into her soul form with Wang Ba, flying towards the entrance of the wormhole in the center. Today, the wormhole was in the center's hands, but it wasn't a problem for Han Jingjing and Wang Ba. She didn't even contact Dofing Bro and just entered the wormhole with Wang Ba. The teleportation this time was very smooth. Although she didn't know how long it took, Han Jingjing was sure that it wouldn't be too long. Chapter 61:16. In the next moment, Han Jingjing finally had time to observe the surrounding environment. There was no doubt that this was definitely a place controlled by the center. There was still Brother De Fong in the secular world, but the wormhole on Heavenly Island was completely under the control of the center. After Lin Yi returned, he did not have time to talk to the center about the wormhole. In fact, the center's attitude was very clear. They could let you use the wormhole, and it did not matter what goods came and went, but they could not let you control the wormhole. This was because this wormhole was actually one of the center's bases, and it was the most important base. If Lin Yi wanted to intervene, it would be strange if the center would agree. Did you guys put up such a big formation to welcome me? That's a great honor. Han Jingjing smiled slightly, and her expression was extremely calm. Although there were dozens of powerful cultivators around with all kinds of weapons aimed at her, and the man who spoke just now also had a shocking aura, Han Jingjing believed that they would definitely not make a move. It's necessary to welcome Miss Han, but more importantly, we want to ensure that you don't run around. After all, this is our very important base. If any secret is leaked, it will be very troublesome. The man with the deep voice was wearing a cloak that could block the prying of divine sense. Not even a trace of his skin was exposed. Han Jingjing could not see what he looked like, but he seemed to be a little old. Of course, these could all be faked. In addition, Han Jingjing's divine sense was also limited to this small area around the wormhole's exit. If she wanted to extend it further, she would be obstructed. Wang Ba estimated that it was the same. We're already here. What are you going to do? Not let us leave, or secretly send us out? Han Jingjing curled her lips and looked at the cloaked man with a faint smile. If he wanted to send her out, the location of this place would definitely be exposed. The spirit body was completely different from an ordinary body. There was no need to use the eyes to observe, unless the center had a way to restrict Han Jingjing's divine sense in the spirit, and she could not release it at all. Even so, Han Jingjing's spirit could still roughly determine the location of this place through the time of return, the direction of the route, and so on. It might be difficult for others, but she was the genius Han Jingjing. How could such a small matter be difficult for her? Miss Han must be joking. Although we don't know who your friend is, you are certainly not someone we can stop. Even if the connection with your main body is broken, you can return to your main body with a single thought. We can't stop your return. The man in the cloak shrugged and admitted it indifferently. His words revealed that he knew Han Jingjing quite well. As for Wang Ba, he did not say much. So that's how it is. You've set up such a formation just to force me to return to my body, right? This way, it will save you the trouble of exposing your position. It is indeed a good plan. Alright, in order to see Big Brother Lin Yi as soon as possible, I won't be long-winded with you. I'll let you have your way this time. Han Jingjing smiled faintly. She was not very interested in the center's base as long as they did not stop her from returning to see Big Brother Lin Yi. Wang Ba's eyes rolled a few times. He was wondering if he could use Han Jingjing's enemies to deal with her. He was not a fool. Instead, he was a scheming fellow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make arrangements and wait for tens of thousands of years. The situation in front of him was obvious that the two sides were enemies. If he jumped out and said a few words, it was very likely that the two sides would fight. However, after hearing that Han Jingjing could return to her physical body directly, Wang Ba temporarily suppressed his desire to provoke her. Otherwise, if Han Jingjing went back with a swoosh and left him to face the powerful formation in the center, it would be like digging a hole and burying himself in it. Moreover, these two groups of people were obviously not easy to deal with. If they did not fight but beat him up, he would be doomed. Master, these guys don't look friendly. You'd better leave quickly. I'll distract them. As long as you can get out of danger safely, that's better than anything else. Wang Ba lowered his voice and expressed his loyalty at the right time. At the same time, he was secretly testing Han Jingjing to see if she could really get away at any time. If she could not, he would have to reconsider if he could fish in troubled waters and find a chance to devour Han Jingjing's primordial spirit so that he could take back the control hub of the primordial spirit in the shortest time possible. Alright, I'm leaving. Be careful. Han Jingjing glanced sideways at Wang Ba and chuckled all of a sudden. She then dispersed her primordial spirit and left the place. Wang Ba was dumbfounded. Isn't this chick too straightforward? Shouldn't she say something from the bottom of her heart, then shout some slogans about advancing and retreating together, and at the same time increase their friendship and trust before leaving together? Alright, I'm leaving. Be careful. What the hell is going on? Can't we just have fun together? It seems like this primordial spirit is not someone important. Take him down and use him to study the feasibility of teleporting primordial spirits through wormholes. Be careful not to kill him. Although the cloaked man was surprised by Han Jingjing's straightforwardness, he was not too surprised. It was the right choice after all. As for Wang Ba, he should be some primordial spirit friend that Han Jingjing found in the secular world. Anyway, he had never heard of such a person on Heaven Level Island. It would be good to capture him and study him. Do you think you can capture me just because you want to? You're just a bunch of ants. Do you really think you're that powerful? Watch how I'm going to deal with you. Wang Ba was extremely frustrated. He wanted to vent his anger on the people in the center. Wang Ba had never dealt with the center before, so he did not know how powerful they were. Otherwise, he would not have been so arrogant. He might have surrendered right away. Fortunately, Wang Ba did not need to know how powerful the center was, nor did he have the chance to surrender. Less than 2 breaths after Han Jingjing left, he felt a pulling force that broke through the space and pulled him out of the place. After a moment of dizziness, he appeared in an unfamiliar room. 10,000-year-old tortoise. You're not dead yet. As soon as Wang Ba focused his eyes, he saw a familiar face looking at him with a strange smile. It was the little bastard who destroyed his plan that he had set up for 10,000 years. You're that Lin Yi. Wang Ba was an extremely smart guy. He figured out the relationship between Han Jingjing and Lin Yi in an instant as soon as he saw them standing side by side. Chapter 61:17. Wang Ba felt tears welling up in his eyes. He really wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, it was impossible for his primordial spirit to cry. Facing Lin Yi and Han Jingjing, he did not dare to look like he was about to be struck by lightning. Yo, isn't this Mr. Lin Yi? So you're the one my master's been thinking about. I've said it before, in this world, other than a young, handsome, talented, elegant hero like you, who else could be a match for my master? I'm asking, who else? No one. Absolutely no one. Wang Ba maintained a 45-degree pose in his mind, but in reality, he was nodding and bowing, looking at the ground at a perfect 45-degree angle. His mouth flowed with flattery, and even Lin Yi found it funny looking at him like a lackey. Humph. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I'm a true hero who knows when to yield and when to stand tall. I'll let you guys be happy for now, but I'll kill all of you later. No wonder you're all so annoying. Turns out you're all from the same nest. When I get the chance, I'll definitely wipe out all of you bastards. The more Wang Ba cursed in his heart, the more flattering words came out of his mouth. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing could not help but have goosebumps. They quickly asked him to stop so that their ears could finally hear some peace. All right. You're lucky that you're not dead. However, I'm surprised that you turned into Jingjing's primordial spirit puppet. Lin Yi waved his hand and asked Wang Ba to stand aside. He then turned to look at Han Jingjing and asked with a smile, Jingjing, what exactly happened? Why did you take so long to come back? Lin Yi did not say how worried he was or how much he had done to find Han Jingjing's primordial spirit. Anyway, Han Jingjing had returned safely, so there was no need to say anything. Han Jingjing held Lin Yi's hand and said timidly with her head lowered, I'm sorry, brother Lin Yi. It's my fault. I was too concerned about the wormhole, so I took so long. I made everyone worry about me. At that moment, Tian Chan and Sydney heard the commotion and rushed in. They cheered when they saw that Han Jingjing had woken up. The 3 girls chatted and interrupted the conversation. Wang Ba stood in the corner carefully and sorted out his thoughts. He had figured out what had happened earlier. Han Jingjing had the primordial spirit control hub, so she knew something that Wang Ba did not, such as the distance between her and the primordial spirit puppet. If he was right, Han Jingjing knew that no matter the distance, as long as the primordial spirit control hub was, she could summon the primordial spirit puppet to her. That she could, so she returned to her body first and used this method to pull Wang Ba back. The connection between the two was similar to the connection between Han Jingjing's primordial spirit and her body. As long as she could sense it, she could ignore the space and return instantly. Unfortunately, this was a privilege that only Han Jingjing, who had the control, had. It was a one-sided ability. Other than being summoned passively, Wang Ba did not even have the right to refuse. Looking at the time that Han Jingjing and Wang Ba returned, she probably only had time to say one sentence to him before pulling his soul back. From this point, it could be seen that Han Jingjing didn't want anything to happen to Wang Ba. Otherwise, she just needed to wait a little longer and she might be able to locate the central base through sensing Wang Ba's location. Lin Yi did not join the conversation between the 3 girls. Although he and Han Jingjing had a lot to say, he could only hold it in and let them finish their conversation. Wang Ba stole a glance at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi happened to glance at him with a faint smile. Wang Ba immediately put on a flattering smile, nodded and bowed, and said, "Master Lin Yi, I was wrong in the past. We got to know each other after a fight. We're family now, so please take care of me in the future. Don't call me master, it sounds weird. Just call me Boss Lin Yi like everyone else. I'll let bygones be bygones for now, but there are some things that I'll have to ask you about later." Lin Yi did not want to settle the score with him. Speaking of which, Wang Ba was quite unlucky. Not only was his 10,000 years of arrangement completely destroyed, but all the good stuff was also taken away. The subsequent mental cultivation method of the creation battle art, the Xianhai soul condensing liquid, the 1000 amplification formation, and so on, which one of them was not a rare treasure. Lin Yi himself felt that he had gained a great advantage. Now that Wang Ba had been taken in as Han Jingjing's primordial soul puppet, this guy's bad luck was unparalleled. It was not very kind of him to continue to argue with him when he was already in such a state. Lin Yi was not that narrow-minded. He would talk to him about the 1000 amplification formation when he had the time. Perhaps they could find some common topics. Unfortunately, Lin Yi did not know that Wang Ba was up to no good. He wanted to find a chance to devour Han Jingjing's primordial soul and then deal with Lin Yi. The best outcome would be to take over Lin Yi's body. However, Wang Ba had suffered once when it came to taking over a body, so he did not dare to do it to Lin Yi. Han Jingjing's body was not suitable for it. If possible, it would be best for him to find another cultivator of the creation battle art, which was the will of heaven, to take over. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Boss Lin Yi. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely do it properly for you. Wang Ba cursed Lin Yi in his heart, but the smile on his face became brighter. He patted his chest and looked like he was going to take care of everything. Lin Yi did not want to talk too much about the creation battle art and the 1000 amplification formation for the time being. Therefore, he casually said a few words and joined the conversation between the three women. Wang Ba was left alone in the corner, cursing Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. After a long time, Han Jingjing, Tian Chan, and Sydney told him about what had happened these days. Lin Yi was secretly surprised. He did not expect that there was another world in the wormhole where primordial soul could wander freely. Moreover, there was an even deeper tunnel beside the exit of the wormhole in the secular world. Perhaps it was really connected to the primordial underworld. Brother Lin Yi, you just said that the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce has started to be established and they're going to purchase goods from the secular world through the wormhole, right? While Han Jingjing was talking about her experience, Lin Yi, Tian Chan, and Sydney also talked about many things, so he had a general understanding of the situation here. For example, the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, the Far North Island Auction, the Gathering God Branch, and so on. Chapter 61:18. That's right. Shang Wani is a talent. With him presiding over the Chamber of Commerce, there shouldn't be any problems. The only thing we need to worry about is the supply. You're trying to say that the wormhole exit is controlled by the center, so it's not safe for us to purchase goods from the secular world, right? Lin Yi immediately understood what Han Jingjing meant. In fact, this was what he was worried about. After all, the agreement with the center only lasted for a year. If they could not control the wormhole exit, the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce would only be prosperous for a year at most. By then, the center would still monopolize the business. That's right. But as I said just now, in the secular world, other than the stable wormhole exit in the center, there are many small wormhole cracks. Although most of them are very unstable, the biggest one can barely be fixed. I believe the situation on Heavenly Island should be the same. If we can find a fixed wormhole crack on Heavenly Island and find a way to strengthen it, we can turn it into our own wormhole exit. As soon as Han Jingjing talked about this, her little face immediately lit up. Lin Yi even felt that she had a comprehensive plan. Sure enough, before Lin Yi could ask, Han Jingjing waved at Wang Ba in the corner. This guy had been paying attention to their conversation. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If he wanted to secretly plot against Lin Yi and Han Jingjing, of course, he had to know more about them. So when he saw Han Jingjing waving at him, he immediately came over with a smile. Master, what can I do for you? Wang Ba had vaguely guessed what Han Jingjing was thinking, but it was still very necessary for him to play dumb now. If he was too smart, he would not live long. How did you enter the wormhole? Do you remember the location? Han Jingjing's question was just as Wang Ba had guessed, so he was not surprised at all. Boss Lin Yi knows about this as well. I activated the mini portal that I had prepared earlier, but Boss Lin Yi followed me in. The mini portal that could only transport one person at a time was overloaded, so there was an irreversible error. I was seriously injured and was thrown into the wormhole. If I wasn't lucky, I would have been dead. Wang Ba pretended to sigh and avoided the main point. Boss Lin Yi, you should know about this too. You should have been prepared for this. Lin Yi nodded. What Wang Ba said was the same as what he knew. When the mini teleportation formation was damaged, it might have opened a wormhole crack, so Wang Ba appeared in the wormhole space. Does that mean that there might be wormhole cracks on that island? Lin Yi rubbed his chin and asked uncertainly. At that time, although his divine sense was greatly restricted, he still scanned most of the area and did not find any wormhole cracks, so Han Jingjing's guess was reasonable, but if he really went to look for it, he would most likely be disappointed. Brother Lin Yi, we'll know if there's one or not when we go and take a look. With Wang Ba leading the way, it'll be easy to find it. If we really find a stable exit, we'll have a chance to suppress the Chamber of Commerce in the center. Han Jingjing was very interested in wormholes, so she was not willing to give up on any possibility. Naturally, Lin Yi would not reject her. Moreover, he had his own ideas about wormholes. If he could really find a new exit, he would be more confident in fighting against the center in the future. It's not that we can't go and take a look, but the defense formation on that island has been completely damaged. There was also a sea monster tide at that time. If we go there now, I reckon we'll only see ruins. We might not be able to find any useful clues. Lin Yi felt helpless. The interior of the island was completely supported by the formation. Now that the formation had been destroyed, it was hard to say if it could still maintain its original state. Even if there was a wormhole, it would definitely be inside the island. Given the current situation, it was difficult to enter the island, let alone find a wormhole. Wang Ba volunteered and raised his hand. Boss Lin Yi, Master, I set up the formation on that island. If it's not too badly damaged, I can still repair it. As long as the defense formation and the concealment formation are repaired, the sea monsters won't attack for a while. Once the formation is repaired, we can go deeper into the island to look for what we need. All right. If that's the case, go and repair the defense formation on the island first. We'll look for you later. Han Jingjing made up her mind. With Wang Ba going back to work on it, the interior of the island would soon see the light of day. Lin Yi thought about it and didn't say anything. It had been so many days and the sea beasts should have left by now. It wouldn't be a problem for Wang Ba to go alone. Although the original formation was destroyed, the foundation was still there. He just needed to fix it and it could be used again. Don't worry, Master. When I do things, I will definitely do it beautifully and properly. It won't take long for the entire island's array formation to be completely repaired. Wang Ba patted his chest as a guarantee out of habit. At the same time, he began to think if he could take this opportunity to trick Han Jingjing and Lin Yi while he was setting up the formation. Forget it, forget it. I haven't recovered from my injuries. In a situation where I'm not strong enough, even with the help of the formation, I might not be able to kill Han Jingjing instantly. As long as I give her a chance to breathe, she can kill me instead. Moreover, Lin Yi knows a lot about formations. If he finds out something is wrong, we'll be in big trouble. I'll let them live for a while longer. Wang Ba thought about it again and decided to wait for another opportunity. At least his primordial spirit had to recover more. There was another reason why he volunteered to repair the formation. Wang Ba had been relying on the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid to survive for a long time. It had almost become his most indispensable treasure. Lin Yi had taken all the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid the last time he went there. There were only 2 drops left, and Wang Ba did not have time to take them away. He was eager to go back now for the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid. It didn't matter whether the 2 drops Lin Yi left were still there or not. Wang Ba was a scheming person, so he would definitely leave something for himself. He had already hidden a bottle of Xianhai soul-condensing liquid in a secret place. There weren't many, only about 30 drops. Since he had set up a concealing formation, no one would be able to find it unless they used their divine senses to search repeatedly. Although it was only 30 drops, it was more than enough to heal his injuries. It could also ensure that Wang Ba's primordial spirit could use it for the next 10 to 20 years. Chapter 61:19. If he wanted to take back the dark sea soul-condensing fluid that he had hidden, he could only go to the island alone. If Lin Yi followed him, wouldn't his efforts be in vain again? There's no need for that. Boss Lin Yi, you should keep master company. You haven't seen each other for a long time. Spend more time together. It's just a small matter, and I can handle it by myself. If Boss Lin Yi is interested in formations, we can talk about it when we're free. It'll definitely be more interesting than doing this boring mending. Wang Ba waved his hand with a smile on his face. He rejected Lin Yi's kindness in a euphemistic way. He even used Han Jingjing as a cover to show that he was considerate of Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Ba meaningfully. Although this guy did not appear to be too eager, he still seemed to be a little strange. It's okay. We'll go with you and watch you do the mending. That way, we won't have to run back and forth. Han Jingjing originally wanted Wang Ba to go alone, but she suddenly changed her mind. Wang Ba was indeed a smart guy, but Lin Yi and Han Jingjing were not idiots either. They could tell that something was wrong just from the slight unnaturalness. Haha, that works too. I'll be more motivated to do things if Boss Lin Yi and Master can watch me. Wang Ba had cursed the 2 of them a million times in his heart, but he could only keep a smile on his face. He dared not show any hesitation. Don't take back the dark sea soul-condensing fluid that you've hidden. I don't believe that you 2 little bastards can keep staring at me. Wang Ba clenched his teeth in hatred and started to flatter Master Lin again. He thought to himself, if I can't kill you now, I'll drown you with my flattery first. Lin Yi did not bother with this guy. Since he had decided to go back to the island, there was no time to lose. Han Jingjing was back, and he would go to the South Continent after making some arrangements for the affairs on the island. He wondered how Languza was doing in the South Continent. Tiandan Pavilion had been quiet recently, but Han Jingjing could deal with that later. Since Tian Chan and Sydney had nothing to do, Lin Yi brought them, Han Jingjing, and Wang Ba to the island. The will of heaven had been cultivating in seclusion ever since he got the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle tactics, so Lin Yi did not disturb him. After they left the center of the island, they got on the UFO and flew toward the island at high speed. When he returned to this small island, it just so happened that the tide was low. The part of the island that was exposed to the sea was in a very bad state. After all, it had been attacked by so many sea beasts at the same time. After the defensive formation was broken, it was already not bad that it had not dissipated. Boss Lin Yi, Master, I'm going to repair the formation now. Wang Ba said respectfully. When the two of them nodded in agreement, he left the flying saucer and landed on the island. He was thinking to himself, what kind of celestial device is this? It's so awesome. Looks like the owner is not simple. I better not act rashly. Lin Yi's divine consciousness was locked on Wang Ba, watching him repair the formation base. Since he did not have high-quality formation flags, he could only replace them with ordinary ones that he could buy. The effect was naturally not as good as before, so he could only make do. Brother Lin Yi, are you suspecting that there's something wrong with Wang Ba? Han Jingjing asked curiously. She was Wang Ba's master, so she could know what he was doing at any time. Lin Yi's divine consciousness might not be as convenient as hers. If Lin Yi needed it, she did not mind watching Wang Ba at all times. This guy is not an ordinary person. He's a real tortoise. Also, it's not easy to set up such a plan. Don't let your guard down just because you can control him. Lin Yi smiled. He could not help but think of Yu Yi when he said this. Although Yu Yi and Wang Ba were two different people, they felt inexplicably similar. Yes, I won't let my guard down. Han Jingjing nodded solemnly. She then opened her eyes wide and watched Wang Ba attentively. If this guy wanted to secretly retrieve the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid, now was definitely not a good time. No matter how secretive he was, he could not escape Han Jingjing's surveillance. Actually, I'm quite interested in this guy's Tao of formations. The myriad amplification formation diagram I obtained from him will produce different Tao of formations according to everyone's comprehension. So, if I can study his methods and train of thought, it will be beneficial to my Tao of formations. When the ghost told Lin Yi previously, he did not quite believe it. However, after studying it for a period of time and communicating with the ghost, he finally confirmed that it was true. Although almost all of Lin Yi's formation skills were taught by the ghost and could be said to be of the same origin, the myriad amplification formation diagram could still produce a completely different direction of formation skills according to their understanding. In this aspect, the value of the myriad amplification formation diagram had far surpassed the subsequent mental cultivation methods of the creation battle tactics. Tian Chan and Sydney were not very interested in Wang Ba and formation skills. Instead, they were very fond of the flying saucer. At this moment, they came over and said to Han Jingjing, Jingjing, this flying saucer is very beautiful and comfortable. Is it suitable for Lin Yi to have it alone? Can you make one for us when you have time? That way, it'll be convenient for us to come and go in the future. No problem. When the matter of the wormhole is settled, Jingjing will make one for everyone. However, the materials may not be easy to find. Brother Lin Yi will have to solve that. Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi with a smile while paying attention to Wang Ba. Lin Yi, did you hear that? Hurry up and find all the materials. Otherwise. You know what I mean. Tian Chan waved her little fist at Lin Yi. Her cute face was full of threat. As for how powerful it was hard to say. Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. He shrugged and said, otherwise what? I don't know. You don't know. I'll kick you. Tian Chan immediately revealed her true colors. Then, she remembered that there were two good sisters by her side. Her pretty face could not help but blush. Sydney could not help but laugh. She knew that Tian Chan liked to talk like this when she was with Lin Yi in private. However, she would not do this if there was someone else around. Today, she blurted it out because she was happy. In fact, it could be seen that she did not treat Sydney and Han Jingjing as outsiders. Alright, Lin Yi's a busy man, he doesn't have time to look for materials for us. He'll just pay attention when he gets the chance. Shueli shook her head with a smile and said gently. Is your little mistress feeling sorry for him? Or do you want to just stay in Lin Yi's flying saucer, so you don't need your own flying saucer? Tian-chan was a little embarrassed just now. She immediately dragged her good sister into the water. Humph, that's what you get for laughing. Chapter 61:20. Lin Yi could not help but smile. He had been adventuring and fighting for a long time, and he suddenly realized that this kind of funny scene was the most attractive to him. The three girls did not take Lin Yi seriously at all. They chattered and laughed, and Lin Yi, who was sometimes implicated, was also enjoying it. Unknowingly, the defensive formation below was almost repaired. After a slight fluctuation in the air, Lin Yi knew that the island had a certain level of defense again. However, it would not be able to withstand the attacks of sea beasts of the same level as before. A third of the sea beasts would be enough to break the defensive formation easily. Brother Lin Yi, Wang Ba has started to clear the passage to the inside. Should we go down? Han Jingjing had been paying attention to Wang Ba's actions, and she was quite satisfied with the efficiency of this primordial soul puppet. Yes, let's go down and have a look. Lin Yi nodded. Clearing the passage was not a troublesome task. He had already checked with his divine sense and found that the inside of the island had not collapsed. Therefore, it was much easier to enter than he had expected. The four of them got out of the UFO. After Lin Yi put it away, they walked down the passage that Wang Ba had cleared. If Wang Ba was alone, he wouldn't even need to clean up when he was in his primordial spirit state. He could go deep inside and retrieve the hidden Xianhai soul condensing fluid. Unfortunately, Lin Yi and Han Jingjing were following him, so Wang Ba didn't dare to make any sudden movements. He even wanted to hide in a place where he didn't want the concealment formation to be destroyed. Unfortunately, life doesn't always go according to plan. The last attack by the sea beasts had caused severe damage to the interior of the island. Although it didn't cause a large-scale collapse, some of the non-defensive formations that had been set up inside were inevitably abnormal. Among them was the concealment formation that Wang Ba wanted to hide the Xianhai soul condensing fluid. Not long after they entered the passage, Wang Ba's divine sense discovered that his treasure, the jade bottle of Xianhai soul condensing fluid, was completely exposed outside the concealment formation. Although it did not have an obvious aura, as long as his divine sense swept over, he would definitely discover it. Wang Ba's divine sense could detect the jade bottle, so could Lin Yi's divine sense. It was impossible to continue hiding. Ha! How lucky! Boss Lin Yi, Master, I suddenly remembered that I still have a bottle of Xianhai soul condensing liquid here. Just half of it will be enough for me to recover from my injuries and serve Boss Lin Yi and Master better. Of course, this Xianhai soul condensing liquid belongs to Boss and Master now. It's up to you to decide how to use it. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away. Wang Ba knew that it was impossible for him to hide the Xianhai soul condensing fluid in front of Lin Yi, so he decided to make it clear first. If he did that, Lin Yi and Han Jingjing would not want to take the jade bottle. Han Jingjing didn't know what the Xianhai soul condensing fluid was. She turned to look at Lin Yi with an inquiring look in her eyes. Anyway, as long as he was here, she could save time and effort, and she didn't need to make any decisions. Lin Yi nodded slightly at Han Jingjing with a knowing smile. It turned out that Wang Ba had been so secretive just for this bottle of Xianhai soul condensing fluid. To be honest, Lin Yi already had a lot of Xianhai soul condensing fluid, so it didn't matter if he had more or less. However, since Wang Ba wanted to play tricks, Lin Yi thought it would be good to play with him. That's fine. At least you have some filial piety. Go and get that small bottle. Lin Yi waved his hand casually. He didn't mention anything about healing half of his injuries. Instead, he followed Wang Ba's lead and took the Xianhai soul condensing fluid as his own. Bastard! You're really black-hearted and greedy. This is my Xianhai soul condensing fluid. Are you addicted to robbing others? Just you wait, don't let me get the chance. I'll definitely rob you of all your things. Wang Ba kept cursing in his heart. The smile on his face froze for a moment, but he soon recovered and continued to nod and bow. Boss Lin Yi, Master, please wait for a moment. I'll go and get it right away. Wang Ba's heart was bleeding, but he had to pretend that he was willing. With a swoosh, he passed through the stone wall and flew to the place where the jade bottle was hidden. With Han Jingjing watching, Lin Yi wasn't worried that this guy would hide anything. In fact, it was true. It wasn't that Wang Ba didn't think about using part of the jade bottle first, but no matter how much he wanted to use the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid to recover his primordial spirit, he didn't dare to open the jade bottle secretly. After all, Lin Yi and Han Jingjing were watching him with their divine senses. If he wanted to die, he wouldn't have waited until now. After a while, Wang Ba returned to Lin Yi and the rest with the jade bottle in his hand. He presented the jade bottle to Lin Yi respectfully with both hands. Although Han Jingjing was his master, she obviously listened to Lin Yi, the bastard. Wang Ba knew that very well. Instead of pleasing Han Jingjing, it was better to please Lin Yi and make Han Jingjing happy. Boss Lin Yi, this is the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid that I've been hiding. Please accept it. Wang Ba pretended to be in pain. If he was still happy, it would arouse Lin Yi's suspicion. In fact, Wang Ba didn't need to pretend. He was acting himself. He was really in pain. He only hoped that the bastard Lin Yi would be kind enough to share some of the Xianhai soul-condensing fluid with him. Very well, you did a good job. As a reward, I'll give you a drop of Xianhai soul-condensing fluid. If you perform well, we won't mistreat you. Lin Yi took the jade bottle and gave it to Wang Ba after thinking about it. He wanted to tease this guy, but Lin Yi didn't have much time, so he didn't want to waste it on such a boring thing. Therefore, he only gave Wang Ba a drop of Xianhai soul-condensing fluid as a punishment. If it wasn't for Wang Ba trying to play tricks on him, Lin Yi wouldn't have been so stingy. At the very least, he would have let Wang Ba recover his spirit first. Now, as he said, it all depended on his performance. Thank you, Boss Lin Yi. I'll perform well. I won't let you and my master down. Wang Ba hurried to use the drop of Xianhai soul-condensing fluid. He was afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his words, so he kept thanking him. Although it was only one drop, it was still something. Moreover, the effect of this drop of Xianhai soul-condensing fluid was not inferior to that of the evil spirit king in the secular world, except that it didn't have any new skills. Wang Ba's mood improved a little as he felt that his soul's injuries were getting better. He looked at the jade bottle in Lin Yi's hand and thought to himself, I'll take it back with interest for now since I'm leaving it with you. Chapter 61-21. Soon, they arrived at the triangular stone room. Without Lin Yi's instruction, Wang Ba had already started to recreate the scene of teleporting using the miniature teleportation formation. However, the miniature teleportation formation was completely damaged. Time was one thing, but materials were another. Fortunately, Wang Ba's previous teleportation distance was very short, so it did not matter if he did not need the teleportation formation. With their combined efforts, a tunnel leading to the independent stone room was opened. According to Han Jingjing's estimation, if the wormhole crack was still here, it was most likely in this tunnel. Could this be the wormhole crack? Lin Yi brought everyone to the independent stone room. His divine sense scanned back and forth, and he finally found a trace of something. There was indeed a tiny space crack at the edge of the tunnel leading to the stone room. It was smaller than the most ordinary dust, let alone the wormhole exit in the center. Without divine senses, one would have to use a microscope to find it with the naked eye. It was no wonder that Lin Yi did not notice the crack at all. Strictly speaking, it was not a crack. After all, the hole formed by a needle would be bigger than this. If the miniature teleportation formation had not been overloaded and caused a crack in the space, this crack would probably never have been discovered. It should be. I didn't expect it to be so small. Han Jingjing went forward to observe it carefully with her divine senses. She then added, "Fortunately, it hasn't moved to another place. It seems to be a stable wormhole exit." "It's stable, but what's the use of such a small wormhole exit? Do we have to make an overloaded miniature teleportation formation to open the crack every time?" Lin Yi turned to look at Wang Ba as he spoke. He wondered if Wang Ba had the ability to make an array that could enlarge the wormhole crack. That damn thing could not do that for the time being. He did not know much about arrays related to teleportation. On the other hand, since Wang Ba could make a miniature teleportation formation, he was obviously very knowledgeable. Wang Ba was smart. He knew what to say with one look from Lin Yi. "Boss Lin Yi, I can think of a way to make the wormhole crack bigger. As for the stability, you don't have to worry. It won't be any worse than the current situation." Wang Ba patted his chest confidently. If it were not for the experience of wandering in the wormhole, Wang Ba might not have dared to act so confidently. However, he was quite confident now. "Are you sure? What materials do you need?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. If Wang Ba could really do it, Han Jingjing would have found a treasure. Wang Ba smiled in satisfaction when he heard that. How could he miss such a good opportunity to raise the price? However, in order to gain the trust of Lin Yi and Han Jingjing and take the opportunity to lower their vigilance, the request could not be too outrageous. "Since Boss Lin Yi mentioned it, I'll tell you what I need. First, high-level formation flags for setting up the formation. The ordinary formation flags we used earlier will do, but they'll be damaged very soon. They're far from enough to maintain the stability of the wormhole exit. If you don't have high-level formation flags, I'll gather some materials for refining formation flags. I can refine them myself." Wang Ba already knew that Lin Yi did not have high-level formation flags. Therefore, he did not wait for Lin Yi's reply and immediately listed a bunch of materials for refining weapons. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Those things were not rare. There were many refining materials in his spoils of war, so they were more than enough. Apart from that, Wang Ba would probably ask for something special. Lin Yi was well aware of that and was waiting for Wang Ba to mention it. "Hee, Boss Lin Yi, look. Refining formation flags and setting up formations are very taxing on the mind and vitality. My primordial spirit is seriously damaged and I'm afraid I can't take it. If I can heal my primordial spirit first, it'll be fine." Wang Ba's eyes flickered. He was testing Lin Yi's bottom line. If Lin Yi was afraid of him, he might not let him fully recover. However, it was not a bad thing to recover part of his primordial spirit. Wang Ba had a good mentality. As long as there was progress, he would not mind. Once he had enough strength and confidence, he could kill Han Jingjing and take back control. Then, he could kill Lin Yi in a surprise attack. Everything would be perfect. "You're right. Take these dark sea soul-condensing liquids to heal your injuries. As long as you're sincere, I won't let you suffer any losses." Lin Yi waved his hand and wrapped 12 drops of dark sea soul-condensing liquids with his vital qi, sending them to Wang Ba. According to his estimation, the amount was enough for Wang Ba to recover his primordial spirit. As for bargaining, he was too lazy to do that. After all, even if Wang Ba returned to his peak, he was still a primordial spirit. Lin Yi still had enough means to suppress Wang Ba, so there was no need to worry. Wang Ba was slightly stunned, then he was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Yi to be so straightforward and give him enough dark sea soul-condensing liquids to recover his strength. However, on second thought, he realized that Lin Yi was looking down on him. "Bastard! How dare you look down on me? I'll let you know what happens when you look down on me." "Thank you, Boss Lin Yi. Now there's no problem." Wang Ba grumbled in his heart, but he put on a bright smile. Then, he began to absorb the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid. Right now, only strength mattered. Once his primordial spirit recovered, he would have more leeway. Wang Ba soon refined the dark sea soul-condensing liquids, and the recovery of his primordial spirit was almost completed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, his aura had skyrocketed several times. Boss Lin Yi, Master, I'm going to refine the formation flags now. Please wait for a moment. After recovering, Wang Ba laughed out loud as he picked up the storage pouch Lin Yi gave him. There were all kinds of formation materials in it. With that, he went back to the original stone room and went to another stone room with a foundry. He started crafting formation flags. Wang Ba's eyes lit up. They did not expect this guy to be a high-level blacksmith. However, normal formation masters could refine formation flags, so it was understandable. It was meaningless for them to wait here, so Lin Yi took out the flying saucer and asked Han Jingjing to send Tian Chan and Sydney back to Tiandan Pavilion to help Shang Wani set up the Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, he would keep an eye on Wang Ba. Formation flags were something he could use in the future, so there was no harm in learning more. Chapter 61-22. In Han Jingjing's eyes, the yellow level 5 automatic alchemy furnace from famous medicine sect was nothing. As long as she was willing, she could make a yellow level 7 or even mystic level 1 automatic alchemy furnace at any time. However, the materials for the alchemy furnace were a problem. Even if she made a few, it would not make much sense. Therefore, she decided to ignore it and upgrade Lin Yi's Shenong cauldron. She had never heard of a compound elixir like the regeneration pill before. Of course, she did not have the corresponding program to support it. Now that she had the elixir recipe and knew the principle behind it, it would not be a problem in the future as long as she updated it. Even if there was a higher level compound elixir, as long as it did not deviate from the path of the regeneration pill, she could refine it perfectly after a few attempts. 2 days later, Wang Ba completed the refining of the formation flags and the initial setting of the formation. Lin Yi did not intervene but watched his thoughts and techniques from the side, including the ghost thing. Both of them felt enlightened. It was not that Wang Ba's formation skills were better than the ghost thing's. In fact, the ghost thing was better. It was just that Wang Ba had a deeper understanding of using formations to affect space. After the formation was set up and successfully activated, the small wormhole crack that was like a speck of dust suddenly became a circular light hole as tall as a person. Milky white light swirled slowly in it like a vortex. Although he had not tried it, Lin Yi believed that it was a success this time. Han Jingjing had sensed it long ago and happened to arrive at this time. Seeing that the wormhole exit was opened, her face was filled with joy. Big brother Lin Yi, it worked. The exit of this wormhole is very stable and there are no signs of it moving. It's very suitable as our exclusive channel. Han Jingjing said as she took out many instruments and began to assemble them. She was a genius in this aspect. Be it Lin Yi or Wang Ba, they could not interfere at all. In just a few minutes, a bunch of high-tech products filled the space around the wormhole. Han Jingjing did not have the time to talk to Lin Yi. She focused on operating the computer quickly. Wang Ba looked at Han Jingjing and then at Lin Yi. He had recovered his strength. If there was a chance, he could try to deal with Han Jingjing. Unfortunately, he was not confident since Lin Yi was here, so he could only endure it. Well, I can't help much here. Boss Lin Yi, why don't I go out and rearrange the formation on the island? Isn't it important to strengthen the defense here? Wang Ba smiled embarrassedly. He thought it would be great if he could send Lin Yi away. Even if it was just for a few breaths' time, he would have a chance to kill Han Jingjing. The reason why he suggested to set up the formation was to retreat in order to advance. Lin Yi's obsession with formation was no less than Wang Ba's. Therefore, he felt that there was a high chance that Lin Yi would follow him out. As long as he could sneak back, Han Jingjing, who was busy with the technological products, might not even have the thought of resisting and would be devoured by him directly. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing's computer screen. He really could not understand what was displayed on it. He could not help even if he wanted to. In that case, it was more appropriate for him to set up the defense formation on the island. After all, with the wormhole exit, this place would become an extremely important stronghold. The defense could not be careless. Let's go. I'll go with you. Apart from the defense formation, we need to set up some killing formations and illusion formations. We must make this place an impregnable fortress. Lin Yi smiled faintly and went out first. Wang Ba was secretly delighted. This was the effect he wanted. As long as Lin Yi left, he would have a chance to come back and kill Han Jingjing without anyone noticing. No problem. Boss Lin Yi, don't worry. This is a piece of cake. If we work together to set up the formation, this island will definitely be impregnable. Even if there's a sea monster tide, they won't be able to break through our defense formation. Wang Ba patted his chest and said confidently. It did not matter if what he said was true or not. Anyway, he just needed to satisfy Lin Yi first. After setting up the formation, Wang Ba was constantly looking for a chance to sneak back. However, he realized that Lin Yi's divine sense had not relaxed at all. Lin Yi was monitoring his movements almost the entire time. It did not seem to be as easy as he had imagined to find Han Jingjing. Forget it, forget it. Let's wait a little longer. I heard that this B***star is going to the South Continent soon. As long as he leaves the Middle Island, there'll be plenty of opportunities to deal with that little girl. There's no need to rush. Wang Ba did not realize that it was getting easier and easier for him to compromise with himself. Unknowingly, he had already lost his drive and became overcautious. He wanted to wait for a sure chance to strike. Unfortunately, how could there be anything in this world that was guaranteed to succeed? After the two of them set up the formation on the island again, Han Jingjing was almost done with her tests. Brother Lin Yi, come quickly. Jingjing has fixed the coordinates of this exit. Now it's the real wormhole tunnel that can be used. From now on, the wormhole exit in the center of Heaven Stage Island will no longer be the only one that can be used. Han Jingjing let out a small cheer when she saw Lin Yi, jogging over to grab Lin Yi's hand as if she was waiting for him to praise her. Jingjing is amazing. If the center finds out, they'll probably vomit blood out of anger. Lin Yi smiled. Naturally, he would not be stingy with his praise. However, he immediately thought of the exit in the secular world and quickly asked, what about the secular world? If we share the same exit with the center, we can't hide the situation here, right? Also, how can we ensure that we'll be teleported here and not to the center when we teleport things? Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. Jingjing has already considered this problem. At this stage, if we want to teleport to this exit, we can only set up a divine sense mark here. Then, when we teleport to the secular world, we can use this divine sense mark as the target. Han Jingjing looked a little proud. Obviously, she had already expected Lin Yi's problem, so she had thought of a solution in advance. From what you said, apart from the current stage, there's a second stage. Lin Yi was naturally very confident in Han Jingjing's ability. If there was no problem with the teleportation target, this matter was basically settled. Therefore, he was more interested in the other information in Han Jingjing's words. Chapter 61-23. The more difficult the research, the more interested Han Jingjing was. Just the thought of destroying the wormhole's exit was enough to excite her. Is it possible to do that? Lin Yi could not help but be surprised. If it was possible, the development of the center would definitely slow down by more than half. This was even more impressive than destroying one or two of the center's bases. Theoretically, it's possible. Brother Lin Yi, just do what you need to do. I'll definitely think of a way. Han Jingjing clenched her fists to encourage herself. She also showed Lin Yi that she was very confident. Master is so powerful. You'll definitely succeed. Boss Lin Yi, you should believe in my master. Don't worry, I'm here to help my master. Anything will be taken care of. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. Wang Ba flattered Han Jingjing at the right time. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he urged Lin Yi to leave this place as soon as possible. Only when Lin Yi left and Han Jingjing was alone would he have the chance to take back the control hub of the primordial spirit and devour Han Jingjing. Wang Ba's initial desire for revenge had turned into a purposeful desire to merge with Han Jingjing. The evil spirit king had given him the ability to devour, but Han Jingjing had displayed another talent that he had never known about. To be honest, Wang Ba was very interested in Han Jingjing's ability. Therefore, he wanted to try merging with her. Perhaps he could obtain Han Jingjing's heaven-defying wisdom and use it to dominate the world. It did not seem impossible. Lin Yi ignored Wang Ba and turned to look at the wormhole. He pondered for a moment and said, "Should I get someone to inform the secular world personally? At least let them know how to teleport here. Just get Wang Ba to go. Brother Lin Yi, do you have a photo of Brother Dafeng and the rest? Show it to Wang Ba and ask him to contact Lai Changyi and the rest. I've already set up the divine sense mark here. It'll be easy for them to operate." Han Jingjing waved her hand indifferently. These were trivial matters. Anyway, it was not the first time Wang Ba's primordial spirit had entered the wormhole. It was definitely not a problem for him to be a messenger. Wang Ba's face darkened. He was not interested in going back and forth through the wormhole. It was a waste of time. However, since Han Jingjing had spoken, it was a done deal. No matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to object. That makes sense. I think Wang Ba is very suitable. Let's do it this way. Lin Yi nodded with a smile and took out a smartphone from the space in the jade pendant. He opened the photo album and showed Wang Ba the photos of the people in the secular world. Wang Ba forced a fake smile and looked at the photos respectfully. He patted his chest and said, "Boss Lin Yi, Master, don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll definitely do a good job. Isn't it just going back and forth to the secular world? It's no big deal. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Wang Ba turned around and floated toward the wormhole. These two bastards don't even want to discuss things with me. How unruly. I won't argue with you for now. I'll deal with you when I'm back. Knowing that he could not refuse, Wang Ba did not bother to say anything. He rushed into the wormhole and began a new teleportation. Han Jingjing could observe carefully this time and estimate the time needed for the teleportation. "Jingjing, this 10,000-year-old tortoise is very cunning. Are you sure you can control him completely?" Lin Yi asked thoughtfully as he watched Wang Ba disappear into the wormhole. On the surface, Wang Ba seemed to be quite cooperative. However, Lin Yi was still not very confident in him. He felt that this guy would not surrender so easily. He was the same type of person as Yu from the ancient underworld. This kind of person was different from the other subordinates. They used to stand at the top of the heavenly stage island. They would not surrender easily. After all, they once had glory. How could they compromise so easily? However, it was not a big deal to Lin Yi whether he could control Wang Ba or not. After all, it was a piece of cake for him to kill Wang Ba. The key was Han Jingjing's safety. If he was not 100% sure that Han Jingjing could suppress Wang Ba, he would rather not have this primordial soul puppet. "Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. I know Wang Ba isn't being honest, but it's not that easy for him to deal with me. As long as I have a little time to react, I can kill him directly." Han Jingjing was very happy with Lin Yi's concern. As for the threat that Wang Ba might pose, she did not take it to heart. What if he doesn't even give you a little time to react? Lin Yi frowned slightly. That was a huge loophole. With the strength of Wang Ba's primordial soul, if he launched a sneak attack when Han Jingjing was unprepared, she might not even have the time to react. Actually, the primordial soul hub that controls Wang Ba is also integrated with Jing Jing's primordial soul, so it can't be separated from me at all. If something happens to me, he will die with me. If he's killed by someone else, my primordial soul will also suffer a certain degree of backlash. If not for that, Jing Jing would have transferred the control of Wang Ba to Lin Yi a long time ago. Han Jingjing became slightly more serious. The method she used to control Wang Ba came from the evil spirit warlocks in Europe and the secular world. It was impossible that there were no restrictions, but overall, she still had an advantage as the controller. For example, the previous 3 ghost warlocks, after the evil spirits they raised were destroyed, their souls would also suffer a backlash, but because their strength was too low, it wasn't too obvious. If Han Jingjing had ignored the evil spirit and directly killed the 3 ghost warlocks, then the evil spirit they raised would have vanished into thin air at the same time as the owner's death. Han Jingjing had only figured out the situation not long ago, but Wang Ba did not know anything at all. Even if he knew, he probably would not let it go. After a short pause, Han Jingjing added, "When Wang Ba comes back, I'll explain the situation to him. If he knows that I'll die if something happens to me, I guess he won't have any evil thoughts." "You're underestimating Wang Ba. He won't believe what you say. He might even think that you're just scaring him and make up his mind to attack you. To be safe, just kill him if anything goes wrong. Don't hesitate." To Lin Yi, 100 Wang Bas were not even worth a strand of Han Jingjing's hair. It would be fine if nothing happened, but if something really did happen, he would not show mercy. Chapter 61-24. That good. It turned into a spirit defense tool. Lin Yi was finally relieved. As long as Han Jingjing had time to react when she was ambushed, Wang Ba would not be able to overturn the situation. He would have to wait for his next life. As for the armor that turned into a spirit defense tool, Lin Yi was quite interested. Could the wormhole have the ability to make such tools? If he could replicate the process, the safety of the people around him would be greatly improved. I'll let Jingjing study it and make one for big brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing wanted to give her armor to Lin Yi, but it was connected to her spirit, so she could not take it off. In other words, the spirit defense tool made this way would recognize its owner directly. There was no hope of mass-producing it and selling it. He could not let these people go on a one-day trip to the wormhole, could he? The two chatted for a while. Since Wang Ba would not threaten Han Jingjing, Lin Yi was much more relaxed. The Shinong cauldron had been upgraded, but he did not attempt to refine pills right away. It was rare for him to be alone with Han Jingjing, and there was nothing special going on. How could he waste time? The pleasant conversation lasted for half an hour. Both of them felt that time passed in a flash, and Wang Ba returned to Heavenly Island from the secular world within half an hour. "Boss Lin Yi, Master, I'm glad I didn't let you down. I've already contacted your people over there. Daofeng happened to be at the entrance of the wormhole today. After a secret conversation with him, we've agreed on a time to try teleporting things over." Wang Ba did not seem to feel any discomfort from teleporting. He came to the two of them proudly as soon as he came out. However, there was still a hint of regret in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi. Why was this B**** still standing here? Didn't he say he was in a hurry to go to South Continent? He only knew how to hang around girls all day. What a good-for-nothing. When did you agree on a time to try teleporting? Lin Yi could not be bothered with Wang Ba's thoughts. He was only concerned about the teleportation ability of the wormhole. Although Wang Ba had personally tried to connect this place to the secular world, primordial spirit and items were obviously different. Whether Han Jingjing's setup was really successful or not depended on her next attempt. Dafeng said that it will start 10 minutes after I leave. The first time, it will send a mobile phone, the second time, a laptop, the third time. What are these things? Wang Ba's loyal incarnation was a repeater. Apart from the last sentence, Dafeng's meaning was conveyed very well. Sending the designated items 3 times was obviously to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the middle. If the 3 items were not received, or if they were received in the wrong order, it meant that there was a problem. It was temporarily not suitable to send large quantities of items, especially important items. If the order of the items was correct after 3 tries, it was basically certain that the wormhole tunnel could be used, and the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce's supply would be guaranteed. You've done a good job. You've worked hard this time. Go take a rest. We'll talk after the items are sent from the secular world. Lin Yi waved his hand to get Wang Ba to stay at the side. He then turned around to chat with Han Jingjing. The corner of Wang Ba's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He almost could not hold back his anger. What's with this B*****'*'*'*'*'*'*'*'*'*'** attitude? I've worked hard, and you're just going to dismiss me with a wave of your hand. Shouldn't you at least give me a few drops of Xianhai soul-condensing liquid as a reward? Stingy B*******. I would have killed you if I could beat you both. Wang Ba, who was indignant, did not dare to object. He floated to the side obediently and continued cursing Lin Yi and Han Jingjing in his heart. However, he still maintained a bright smile on his face. It was really hard on him. A few minutes later, the light vortex at the wormhole's exit spun several times faster. An item the size of a palm flew out with a swoosh. Lin Yi waved his hand and easily changed the item's flight path so that it fell into his palm unscathed. First time, a cell phone. Seems like there's a high chance of success. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing looked at each other and smiled. If there was no problem the first time, it was basically half a success. They turned on the cell phone's power supply. The teleportation did not affect the item's function. Soon, they entered the operation interface. Lin Yi found the video playback, and there was indeed a video recorded by Brother Dafeng. Boss Lin Yi, if you see this video, remember to reply to me. By the way, we all miss you. Come back and see us when you're free. At the end of the video, Brother Dafeng even winked at Lin Yi with a knowing expression. Lin Yi could not help but smile. This Brother Dafeng was really meticulous. He did things flawlessly. This small video let Lin Yi confirm that this cell phone was part of the plan. Secondly, even if it was teleported to the center, it would not arouse their suspicions. No wonder he could be an undercover for so long and was getting better and better. If it were not for the immemorial underworld base incident, he might not have been exposed until now. Big Brother Lin Yi, Brother Dafeng is really a good talent. Although Jingjing gave him a detailed method, he was able to accurately complete the teleportation in such a short time. He is also very good. If there's a chance in the future, bring him to Heaven Island. Maybe he can play a bigger role. Han Jingjing praised Brother Dafeng with a smile. With the deepening of the research on the wormhole, it was very likely that they could complete the teleportation in the future. At that time, it would be very convenient to travel between Heaven Island and the secular world. You're right. Brother Dafeng is indeed a talent. It would be good to have him come to Heaven Island to help if there's a chance. Lin Yi smiled slightly, nodded slightly, and deleted the video. After the third teleportation was completed, Lin Yi would teleport the cell phone back to the secular world. It was not convenient for him to record a reply video, as it would easily expose the wormhole. With Brother Dafeng's intelligence, he would immediately know what Lin Yi meant when he saw the missing video. No reply was actually the best reply. A few minutes later, the flow of light at the exit that had calmed down doubled again, and a laptop flew out. This time, Brother Doffing did not attach any additional information. If Lin Yi did not receive the cell phone the first time, it would be equivalent to the attempt failing, and it would be meaningless to say anything else. If Lin Yi received the cell phone, there was naturally no need to say anything the second time.